那如果那什么的话呢，你就一定要提示一下我们这边这个同学，不然因为那个在线讲和在那个和现场讲的操作形式是不一样的啊。来，
哦，hello，我看到你了，OK，一切正常啊。但是我把那个发给你了，都在那儿了啊。
吴老师准备开始了哦，到时候你来开场。吴老师准备开始了，吴老师。好像没有听到吗？
喂，现场是不是可以开始了？
Shall we start?
吴老师可以开始了。
Yes, we can start.
那么我们今天的
So today,
峰会场，
this is a parallel meeting,
食物过敏的控制，
and the topic is the food allergen control in the food industry. So let's start.
峰会场由我
And me
张大伟来主
and Zhang Dawei are the moderators of this parallel meeting.
服务中心的
And I am from the China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment, and I'm the chief scientist. And also I'm the director of NHC Key Lab of Food Safety Risk Assessment.
同时也是一系列的国际
And also
领域的
I'm
这个专家组织
in the expert teams in many of the associations and working groups. So today,
食物过敏的控制，
we are going to talk about the food allergen control in the food industry.
过敏
And in terms of the allergen control,
不是病，
well, many people think that allergen
致死过敏的困难
is not that
大概是大家的
complicated. However,
很
allergen can lead to the deaths. That's really torturing for many of the people.
世界卫生组织
According to WHO,
疾病里面
actually among the top 5 diseases,
应该排到第4、第5位。
the diseases that resulted from allergy is top 4, top 5. And so actually allergy has become
发展的重点
a key focus of the international community. And we also have the Allergen Association around the globe.
共同推出
And together with WHO, they launched
国际过敏日
International Allergy Day.
当然大家知道有几个
And
方面
allergen, actually, you know that,
是
first of all.
因为这个呼吸来的一系列
And
的
for example, for respiration, and the allergy is coming from the respiratory tracts. And for example, some of the plants,
主要是花粉过敏
and also we have the flower allergy. This is the first one.
我在内都受到这样的一个
And for example, me and many of the people have been influenced by the pollen or the similar allergen. And the second type is a food allergen. And the third one, for example, is coming from the dust mite or pets. So today, we are going to focus on food allergen. For food allergy, broadly speaking, we can say that it is kind of a adverse reaction resulted from food. It's IgE mediated allergic reaction. So actually for food allergy, For example, some people are allergic to peanut, and if the children take the peanut, then they will have the allergy, and that sometimes will lead to deaths. Sometimes it's really a bad result, and it's also a torturing for many of the people. And for food allergen, we need to avoid the food allergen and allergy. In order to avoid food allergy, then we need to have a label on the food, and the labeling becomes a mainstream method. Many of the people have the labeling standards, but sometimes it is mandatory, sometimes it is voluntary. No matter it is mandatory or voluntary, the enterprises really need to put that information on the label. And for example, in China, the manufacturers need to put the allergy information on the labeling. Otherwise, if that leads to a bad result among the consumers, then the consumers will can sue the manufacturers of that food. So today, I will introduce to you about the labeling. And how about the mandatory labeling? And previously, we talked about the Big 8. And right now, for the Big 8, the sesame has already replaced soil. Later on, I will explain to you why we have this replacement. Besides that, we also have the great honor that we have invited the professor from University of Natural Resources and Life Sciences of Vienna, Professor Sabin. And Professor Sabin will also share the information. But we can't make it off-site. And I will talk online, and then Sabin will actually present the video. Now we will play the video for us. And we also have the introduction of the technology from Roman Labs. And Mr. Zhang Dawei will share with us about the risk management and analysis technology of a new allergen. And also we have Martin from Roman Labs, Europe company, and he is going to introduce to us about gluten detection, with their challenges and advances.
If Martin finds it difficult to get up on time or is carried away with other business, then Wang Liang will speak on his behalf. And then we will have Ms. Liao Yongwei from Romer Labs, who is going to talk about the effective food allergen management. She is the managing director of APAC based in Singapore. So it informs the manufacturers about what to do with a speaker from Yili, Manager Huang Xiaoping, who is going to talk about allergen risk management and practice. And then follow up, we have a panel discussion. I wish every success to our breakout session today. And next, I'm trying to share my screen here. Next, I am going to present my topic and share my slides on my topic about food allergen. Can you all see my slides? Great. All right. I will start my presentation. My topic is about soybean being replaced by sesame in the FAO Big 8. My presentation includes 5 parts. How did sesame replace soybeans? In the FAO WHO list, the latest allergen list. Why? Laws and regulation regarding sesame of various countries and the changes and updates in China's GB 7718, as well as the present status quo and the future of the allergen risk analysis in China. As you can see from my slide, WHO in November of 2020 and January of 2021, as well as February of 2021, WHO had 3 conferences on one topic, talking about food allergies and its risk assessment. This is an expert consultation conference serving for the Codex Alimentarius Committee, helping them make a priority list for food allergen and offering a historic review, verification, and evaluation of the validity of the new list. China contributed 2 experts to this task. One is Professor Cui Huilian of China Agriculture University. The other is Professor Chen Hongbin from Nanchang University. They are the important members of this panel, and Stephen Paller, US professor, is the leader of this expert panel. So the conference aims at managing allergen risk control and risk control was defined by the members of FAO WHO Codex Alimentarius Commission, representatives from various countries. They were all experts, on which foundation in order to develop this codex, an expert committee, FAO WHO expert panel was needed. We call it JECFA, and I am a member of JECFA. Actually, JECFA only works on 3 things: pollutant, mycotoxin, food addicted materials, and veterinary drugs. So the topics involve food allergies, but that's not specific enough. So JECFA adopted a recruitment process to engage food allergy experts in the field to make up this new panel. And China recommended 2 professors, Professor Che and Professor Chen. During the recruitment process, the FAO WHO had a Codex Alimentarius Commission, and they proposed a list. Before 2020, we used to mark allergens based on 1985 list. The prior expert panel made a list for Big 8, including milk, egg, peanut, tree nut, fish, soybean, cereal sources of gluten, as well as crustacean. The 2020 list made by the temporary workforce, still with joint forces by experts from FAO and WHO, in order to better manage food allergen risks. Well, of course, this is an ongoing task extending to January, February of 2021. They had 3 conferences, and one conference lasted for a week. A lot of hard work. The ultimate conclusion was based on the prevalence of allergy of different foodstuff, the severity, mortality rate, etc. And based on all of the above, they made an updated list. And here I have attached a link to that list. And they made actually 3 sub-lists, a global list, which includes the big 8. And among the big 8, we see one change. Soybean was replaced by sesame. The other change is that tree nuts has been further specified, updated with several priority allergens, including almonds, cashews, hazelnuts, pistachios, walnuts, and pecan. In addition to the global list, as you know, food allergies is a very peculiar case because it works differently in different countries and regions, as well as different races. Such differences can be vast. So that means, in addition to the global list, there is a regional list. And the soybean was moved from the global list to the regional list. So there are celery, lupin, buckwheat, and of tree nut, there are Brazil nut, pine nuts, and macadamia, as well as mustard and oats. So the first list was for gluten, and we see several kinds of wheat here. And there is another list called the watch list. So this FAO WHO list is updated. And the first item on watch list is kiwi fruit. The other is insect, to be followed by other legumes. So it's a standard for member states' reference. The big 8, of course, are global. It's a global list, but it doesn't necessarily apply to all member states. They might each have their own additions or deletions according to their own surveys. I have attached a link on the previous page. This is the official publication of the report on risk assessment of food allergies, part 1. review and validation of Codex Alimentarius priority allergen list through risk assessment. And as you can see, the new Big Eight are now shown with pictures on this slide. The typical change is the soybean has been replaced by sesame. And why is that? People are quite interested in the change and how. Here is an incident, probably the most famous one. In 2016, British Airways had a flight towards Nice, France. A 15-year-old girl, she had a baguette in the London terminal and died of allergy. The girl's name was Natasha. We all know the allergenicity of sesame because of Natasha. And later, another incident with Bucky, who ate a chicken wrap with sesame and also entered a shock. Natasha had a baguette with sesame. And upon identification of allergy, she was injected with anti-allergy drugs, but it didn't work. And the airline did not adopt any emergent measures. After a 1 hour and 15 minutes flight, she went to emergency care, but that didn't work.
And so after this event, and because of sesame, previously there was no mandatory requirement for the labeling of a sesame. And then so her family, in front of the court and the media, her family actually sued a lot of authorities. And that actually led to the situation right now, because it's also FAO and WHO has re-evaluated the Big Eight, what needs to be labeled. And so actually the international community also has a lot of pressure. And so we have FAO list. The FAO list aims to establish a priority allergen list. It is a guideline. And so for the Big Eight, they has a list of the Big Eight, and also more importantly, how to select the priority allergen list standard, and based on the standard and also according to the real situation in each of the country, and they can establish their own list. Well, so actually it's evidence-based process, and via the evidence-based process, then established a mandate labeling of ingredients. Well, so they have a discussion regarding soybean, whether it needs to be on the list. Different countries have different considerations, and they are also discussing whether they want to include soybean in the list. And for the country that have the mandatory labeling of of the ingredient, they want to include the sesame in the list. So this is really a hot event. And so then the sesame replaces soybean. And so sesame has been listed in the Big Eight list. And then why sesame replaced the soybean? And because the soybean allergy actually in different aging groups, according to the research by FAO and WHO, actually they found out that the prevalence of a soybean allergen is low. in different aging groups. According to 2014 meta-analysis, the prevalence of soybean allergy is only 0.3%. And also the cases often happened in the children under 1. Theoretically, for the children below 1, they are actually eating baby formula, milk powders. So actually, they need to have the label. And for the other ordinary food, whether they need to have the labeling of a sesame, it's really based on the consideration of each of the country. So actually, in the whole process, and for the children that below 3 years old, you can say that the risk is also very low. And for the children from 4 to 18 years old, it is still low. So we can say that theoretically, for all the population of different aging groups, there's no sufficient data to prove the high or low of the risks. But according to the expert groups, the overall situation is that the risks of soybean allergy no matter it is in aging groups, in different ages, and in terms of the prevalence, the risk is low in terms of the soybean allergy. So it shouldn't be included in the priority allergen list. Well, for sesame, here, in terms of the prevalence of the sesame, I want to highlight here. Now, so actually prevalence is based on the double-blinded experiment on aging groups, and it is also a controlled test. For example, Australia and the USA, the European countries, USA and Australia have done a really good job in the research of food allergen. And also we have data from Iran, Melbourne, and USA, and the prevalence in these countries of the sesame allergy is between 0.4% to 0.72%. It is still low risk. And clinically, we also have peanuts and tree nuts allergy and sesame allergy. You can see that 60% of the outpatients in Europe are allergic to peanuts, tree nuts, and sesame. It's kind of cross allergy. Well, for China, we have sesame oil. The fat-soluble leucine may also be an allergen, but the SPD and specific IgE detection sometimes are ignored. And the risk of the allergy that resulted from sesame oil is even lower. And so here, it is the challenge, the double-blinded controlled challenge of sesame. And it is a golden standard to establish the priority allergen list, and the list needs to be based on the DBPC FC. And through the test, we have 3 tiers of the allergen: high, medium, and low. And we called it B1, 2, 3. For the single food, And we also have a detailed segmentation. So here we have also BIN4. For BIN4, well, how can we achieve these results? So there is a kind of a curve regarding the potency of the allergen. So we have ED10 and we have ED50, and then we have the curve. For ED50, for the potency, we actually do the test that at the level ED10, ED50. And also we weight the total allergic protein in the food. For example, if it is over 100 microgram protein, then it's bin1, and for ED50, then if it is over 1000 mg protein, then it is bin1. And for ED10, if it is between 10 to 100, then it is medium level. And for ED50, it should be between 100 to 1000. And for ED10, then if it is 1 to 10 mg protein, then it is high level. And for ED50, it should be between 10 to 100 mg protein. And then there are also extreme situations. So that's why we have a BIN4. For BIN4, during manufacturing process, there's, for example, for peanuts, chocolate manufacturing, peanuts chocolate. And then we do not suggest to actually change it to a different formula. For BIN4, for ED10, then it is below 1.0 mg protein, and for ED50, it is 10 mg protein. That is BIN4. So actually, what we have is based on the DBPCFC. And for ED50, we need to do the challenge. And during the 13th five-year plan, we haven't completed the test regarding ED50. And you really need to do that. If you want to do that, you need to collect all the information and record all the information. And for example, ED10, ED50 data. And of course, we have the data distribution model, data source, and the data quantity, as well as the relationship distribution model, and also potency difference. And also we need to consider about the population. This is all needs to be done during the research. And for the allergic protein of each of the allergen, we need to do the potency research regarding that. And potency is the basis of the making of the list. We talk about ED10, ED50, and actually it reflects the specificity of the total allergic protein in the population distribution. And for ED10, ED50's potency, we also have the dosage and in corresponding to ED10 and ED50, and based on the research, we get the potency of the allergen. And for example, here, milk is medium, egg is medium, peanut is medium. Hazelnuts is medium, cashew, crustacean. We listed their potency here. And also we have the potency for wheat, fish. sesame, only quotation, that is shrimp, is low, and the others are medium, and mustard is high. Soybean is actually depends on the population, but it is low, not high. And here we also have pistachio. And then the other nuts, we also have cashew, walnuts, and they are going to have cross reactions. Cross with the pistachio has cross reaction with cashew, or pecan nuts has a cross reaction with walnut. And so you can say in terms of the potency, this is the result. And we talk about that, we talk about the prevalence, now we talk about the potency of the soybean. So in terms of the potency, for ED10, it's between 10 to 100 and 100 mg. And for ED50, it's between 100 and 1000 mg protein, or some of them is over 1000 mg. So it is between low and medium.
And it is worth mentioning that all of these data, in terms of distribution, they are quite concentrated towards the left or right. So 39 out of the 87, and there are 33 are towards the right, because they're so far off. So with statistical analysis, there's a long process, and the data is mainly facing two demographics in Europe: Switzerland, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, as well as North America. So soybeans allergenicity is based on European data, not the Chinese demographic data. Because, well, this is such a pity, because soybeans are being massively consumed in China. And the deviance of the data could be huge, because the experiment was conducted mostly in Europe and America. And the potency is believed to be valid. There are 9 studies included on the potency of soybeans in terms of allergenicity. Now let's look at sesame. The finding for sesame is medium. So in addition to the first 2, with ED10, it's 1 to 2, it's between being 1 to 2. And with ED50, that's 10 to 100 milligrams. That's between medium and high. So that applies to different demographics. 13 of 40 available data points were right or left censored, 10 being right, 3 being left censored. Theoretically speaking, the data, well, as you know, the data for sesame mostly come from France, the Netherlands, so still Europe. So there could be a huge deviation because China or the eastern part of the world isn't included. To study food allergy, we have to have a study based on our own demographics in order to validate whether sesame has mid to high allergenicity in China. The process of data, the majority is reasonable. 40 data points were included. 4 studies were available. For soybeans, there were 9 studies. For sesame, 4 studies. Like I said, the incident, the mortality incident of the girl raised the awareness and the pressure to legislation. There were a lot of media impression. And in response, there were a lot of studies being carried out. And based on all of the above, sesame replaced soybean in the list for Big 8. So in more than 3 codex regions, triggering 5 to 10% allergies, or in 1 or 2 codex regions with 5 to 10% allergy prevalence, soybean had allergies in all of the regions, but the prevalence was low and there was no death. As a result, soybean became lower on the rank. On top of the list, there are tree nuts. And in group 2, well, there were a lot of data points being collected, being censored, but it wasn't quite risky. And then there was a list for severe allergies in more than 3 codex regions. The UN is quite meticulous. They look at the region, the severity, and whether this is a global allergen. Is it prevalent in all regions? Does it happen only in one region? But with severe mortality or fatal risks, well, the risk is low, that applies to soya. And for one particular region, there's wheat, celery, nuts, crustacean, peaches. Well, for 2 regions, tree nuts, pine nuts, and macadamia. 3 regions, there's peanut, tree nuts, sesame, milk, egg, fish, crustacean. So sesame allergies has a high prevalence in 3 regions, and it could trigger respiratory asthma indications with severe fatal risks. And there's data for deaths. So with all of these facts, UN included sesame into the list based on the weight standards analysis. And the classification for sesame is A. And removed soybeans because of its low prevalence and low potency. Prevalence of allergies across regions has been low, according to their observation. Despite that, the expert panel still suggested that we retain soybean on the allergen list, just excluding it from the priority big 8. We've talked a lot about the standards for sesame, which comply with the A class standards. So in the A list, there's milk, peanuts, egg, hazelnut, cashews, crustacean, wheat. Based on IgE testings, there's walnut, pistachio, sesame, pecan. These are all on the A list. The B class, well, there's mustard and soybean. They're rather nuts because they have the cross reactions. And due to the cross reactions, they are included in the class A. And this is a heat map of the key allergens and their prevalence across different countries. We can tell that this is quite different across countries and regions. Theoretically, sesame in Morocco, Africa, and the EU countries, as well as Switzerland, the UK. Well, there's Brexit, but UK still applies, and there's Turkey, and there's Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and there's Canada and the USA, as well as, well, the slides read a bit wrong. There's Australia and New Zealand from APAC, and Canada and America from North America. So these countries have made legislations stating that sesame is an allergenic food. The biggest change took place in America. They made a Food Allergy Safety Treatment, Education and Research Act of 2021. And they made a revision effective January 1st, 2023, requiring the labeling of sesame as an allergen. So this will be effective from January 1st next year. This act has validated sesame as a major food allergen. Sesame or sesame protein content must be labeled from January 1st, 2023. So in the future, the label must state at least once natural spices, sesame or sesame sauce, sesame. Or to the table of next to the table of content, it must be labeled that it includes sesame. The British Airway incident. In that case, the girl did not eat sesame directly. She had a baguette which contained the sesame. And there are various foods containing sesame in the US. There are Asian food, which uses sesame oil a lot, and the bakery pastries like burgers, bagels, muffins, breads, the dips like hummus, sesame sauce, and there are other condiments, salad, sandwich, rice noodles, fried rice, energy bars, protein bars, processed meat, fermented soybean, sushi, the list goes on. America has more than 1 million people who are allergic to sesame. So for the US, they added sesame to their Big 8 with this updated list of Big 9. There are 17% of allergic children who respond to sesame, and only 20 to 30% of them grow out of such allergies. That is why the USA listed sesame as the number 9 big allergenic food. Asian countries so far haven't made a legislation about labeling of sesame as the allergenic food stuff. Asian food uses sesame a lot, but we don't have data on the allergenicity. Korea, the Philippines, Singapore, and Sri Lanka, they have some data coverage with prevalence at around 2%. So more studies must be carried out in Asia. Before I move on to talk about the outlook, I would like to talk about the potential changes in China.
In terms of the GB 7718, we have the GB 7718 right now. The Big 8 is still in progress. It is going to be a mandatory list, and we also have a voluntary list. And for sesame is a voluntary allergen. But I hope that the manufacturers will label it because we have so many events. And based on epidemiological survey data, we need to improve the list of allergic foods in China. And right now, there are 83 member countries and 6 non-member countries of the World Allergy Organization. However, only 9 countries actually use a double-blind placebo experiment to conduct epidemiological investigation of the food allergy. And so far, China has not adopted such standards to obtain nationwide epidemiological data. So for now, for the manufacturers in China, we recommend that you put the sesame on the label. And from the perspective of the consumers, they want to achieve that. I want to be allergic to what I eat. And so you need to answer the questions in the regulations and in the laws. And from the food industry, then it means that the minimum amount of allergen residues in food needs to be clearly marked. Well, this is the work of the food allergen expert scientists' work during the 14th five-year plan. They really need to research on that. And because of the demand during the 14th five-year plan, and in terms of the food safety projects, the focus is 2 problems. One is the content. That means how much of the amount needs to be labeled. So we need to really put the center of the people, put the people in the center, and then we need to label the amount of the allergen. Another work we need to do is the health, the food allergens. And so actually the impact to the health of the population. So how much you need to label, how much of the amount you need to label. And during the 13th five-year plan, we proposed the requirements. And so they need to label the allergen. And right now, based on the instructions from the President Xi Jinping, we need to establish the most serious and most stringent standards. So during this process, the food safety research is going to be very important. It will try to implement the instructions and also focus on the theme that we need to do the things for the people. So lastly, I would like to talk about the presence and the future of the food allergen risks evaluation. So actually for the research of food allergen, we are doing some work. For example, we have the team do the investigation methods regarding food allergen. For example, for the storage protein and analysis the sequence of the proteins of the 7 sesame allergen. And also use it LC tandem MC methods for the research. And so actually through their research, that is by using bioinformatics and overlapping peptide library technology, the serum of patients diagnosed with something allergy in the PUMC hospital and 38 beta cell linear epitopes of the 7 kinds of sesame allergens were predicted. So this is the English version of the research. Another thing. So for the food allergen research, we also need the serum of the patients for the research. We have the key research, and for example, we have a PUMC and the Hospital of China Academy of Medical Sciences. And also we have the Association of the China Medicine Association and the China Research Hospitals Association. Actually, they are all belong to PUMC. So they have the patients and we consider them as the golden standard patient. So actually they utilized the bioinformatics and the overlapping peptide library technology. So actually, there are 7 sesame allergens. And also we said that we have the beta cell linear epitopes of the sesame allergens. And also we have the spatial location, spatial display of the allergen. So this is also an English version. We also have some research regarding processing. For example, we research on the processing baking. We have a sesame on the bread. Why we want to add sesame on the bread? Because we want to show off the flavors of the bread, but that may lead to death. So right now, we research on which protein is more stable. We found out that SSI1 actually is the most stable one, and it can actually withstand the high temperature of 180 degrees. And the least stable ones are SESI4 and I7. And so in the whole process, the national policy or WHO's policy is needs to be considered. This is also the English version. And For the outlook of the future, we need the patients. We need the prevalence of the allergy. And right now, in total, we have around 60 articles. It involves Beijing, Shanghai, Hangzhou, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Wenzhou, Chongqing cities. And we have done some of the research. And so actually, they are also discussing with the PUMC how to calculate the data. So actually, we have a very stringent standards for the data that it needs to be used for the prevalence. And for example, we have a lot of data, but sometimes it is not going to be going to be exposed to the public. And so for the data, we are very cautious. And also we have done a research regarding the adolescents. And for the celiac prevalence among the youngsters of China is around 0.06 to 2.19%. And we adopt IgE test as well as the food challenge test. And right now, the clinical tests are carrying out in Jiangxi province. And it is done in Jiangxi province epidemiological study of the food allergy in Jiangxi province. And for CDC, we have a weekly report. It actually publishes the information, and we also have the different versions. In the future, we need to have the prevalence data. We really need to do the research. And this project and Nanchang University, our institute, as well as Peking University and the PUMC, together, we are going to we have released this proposal for the study of the prevalence. And we also need to talk about the reasons for that. And also it is, we need to study on the hazard factors regarding food allergy. And also it is done based on the double-blinded placebo-controlled food challenge. And we are also going to enhance the monitoring of the individual clinical syndromes and to record the severity of the reactions. And so we need to actually establish the standards and the labels that are suitable for the local situations, especially sesame. While in Asian countries, it is still blank. For sesame, right now, we rely on European countries and USA's countries studies, as well as Australia. So in the whole process, we still need to focus on scientific research. It's not that you just got the budget, you got the grant, and then you do nothing. It's not that. You need to really do the research. This is our work. And well, we didn't get the project, but we really appreciate the support of the Ministry of Science and Technology. And also, we really appreciate the national government's sanitary institute, and also thanks for the support of expert. And so Chou Huilian, Zhe Hongbing's support. And also, I really appreciate and Chen Yuan team that contributed to the research of sesame. And also, I really appreciate Professor Li Hong from PUMH for this provision of the serum. And also, I really appreciate the relevant stakeholders and people. So actually, the research on the food allergen is very necessary. It needs to be done in the, for example, in PUMH, PUMH, and we need the effort of different stakeholders and to do the basic research. In this way, we can get recognition from the international community. Thank you very much. This is my sharing. And the next. So I will end the sharing. Next. I would like to invite another expert. They are from University of Natural Resources and Life Sciences, Vienna, as well as the Department for Agribiotechnology, Tau, Center for Analytical Chemistry, Sabine Baumgartner. So this is the associate professor of a BOKU, and the professor is going to share with us about the review of food allergen detection methods and Codex Alimentarius activities, as well as the fast investigation methods, and it is used for the culture of cells and analysis. And now she is also the vice president of BOKU, and she is going to share with us about the food allergen detection method and Codex Alimentarius activities. Maybe we have something in common in our presentations. My focus is about sesame. And so next, I would like to invite the organizers to play the videos of the professors.
And later, my co-moderator, Dr. Zhang Dawei, will continue to moderate the session today. Okay, please play the video.
Good morning. It is a great honor to be part again of the China International Food Safety and Quality Conference in 2022. Thanks to the organizers for giving us the opportunity to give a short overview about Codex Alimentarius activities and detection methods for food allergens. Us, that is for the first time, Katrin Lauter, who is sitting left here to me, and she will talk about detection methods. And I, myself, Sabine Baumgartner, I will start with the overview about Codex. So Codex actually has started some years ago to work out recommendations and standards for food allergens. This work is divided into 3 parts, which are dealing with the priority list of allergens, threshold levels, and precautionary labeling. And I will come to that later on. And Katrin will then give you an overview of the different methods. Let us start with part 1 of the Codex activities, as this part 1 deals with the review and validation of the priority allergens of food and ingredients listed for mandatory labeling by Codex. This discussion actually started already in December 2020, and this was continued in January 21 and onwards. This process now was terminated by the publication of the meeting report in March 22, with the title Risk Assessment of Food Allergens, Part 1, Review and Validation of Codex Alimentarius Priority Allergens, List through Risk Assessment. The objectives were the review of the current Codex priority list, The grouping of food and ingredients included should be clarified, and there should be a guidance developed on possible exemptions, for example, the handling of highly refined ingredients derived from priority allergens. Within the report, the used criteria were given and evidence, prevalence, severity, and potency were described in detail. The outcome was an adopted list of priority allergens. There was also food considered for inclusion into the list depending on individual countries' needs. Additionally, a watch list was started for possible upcoming allergens. In the table to the right, you can see a comparison of the old list, the new recommendations, as well as the regionally allergens and the watch list allergens to be considered. Some allergens, as you can see, stayed the same. Some allergens were removed, like sulfites, or moved to the category to be individually considered, like soybeans. Sesame advanced to the big 8, and the tree nuts were more specified. It was also concluded that case-by-case evaluations, especially for exemptions from labeling, should be done. In part 2, the threshold levels for the priority allergens shall be reviewed and established. This discussion started in March, April 2001. A first summary and conclusion was published, and further discussions are still ongoing. But nevertheless, the objectives for part 2 included that threshold levels should be set, especially at the level where most of the consumers do not have an adverse reaction. This should minimize the probability of any clinical allergic response. As these thresholds need to be measured and detected, also analytical methods should be recommended for food and surface testing. And also minimum performance criteria for these methods should be given. The conclusions so far were made, and for some allergens, already different reference doses were recommended, as it can be seen in the table to the right. The reference doses are based on the ED5 values and should be expressed as milligram total allergenic protein source per kilogram food product. For the existing methods, it was stated that there are some limitations on performance, but nevertheless, they are available, and therefore deficiencies should be addressed, performance criteria should be developed, and the accessibility to reference materials should be improved. There is still a need to understand performance criteria, especially in different matrices, and therefore transparency is important for further standard development regarding assay specificities, for examples, the antibodies used. So last but not least, there is part 3, which deals with the reviewing and establishing of precautionary labeling of the priority allergens in food. Here, the first discussion started approximately a year ago in October-November 2021. And in December last year, also a first summary and conclusion was published. The process is not finished yet and still ongoing. Here, the main objectives were the analysis and evaluation of the evidence which supports precautionary labeling. This shall support the Codex Committee of Food Labeling to formulate guidance on the usage of PAL. First conclusions were drawn. It was stated that the current PAL is used voluntarily and that PAL at the moment confuses most of the consumers. This confusion increases the health risks due to the decreasing trust in food and labeling. So statements and education need to be done as recommended reference doses do not mean that the food is free from allergens. Exemptions need to be considered and PAL statements should be included into the regulatory framework. On the right-hand side, you can see a possible decision tree for PAL, yes or no labeling. This decision goes hand in hand with the implementation of quality control, hygiene and risk mitigation practices, as well as proper risk assessment and process documentation. So what are the next steps to be expected? If a report is accepted, this can and will be incorporated into official standards. And as we know so far, part 1 was published as full report. Member countries can adopt or incorporate that into their national labeling framework. And Codex will continue work as this is pivotal for a global harmonization. As you can see on the flowchart to the right, after the published full report, the procedure until an approved recommendation is published from Codex as formal guidance document can take several years. But to acknowledge the public about food allergens, the remaining health risks, the establishment and maintenance of robust allergen controls, for ensuring an accurate and compliant labeling still remains our responsibility. And therefore, it is a great honor having today the possibility to be part of this conference, as we are able to already contribute to the dissemination of information in connection with food allergens. And therefore, I will now hand over to Catherine for the method review.
Okay, in the next few slides, I would like to give a quick review on the current available analytical methods to detect and quantify food allergens. A key challenge faced by industry is in deciding whether the risk of unintended allergen presence warrants the use of PAL on a food product. A major reason cited for the proliferation of PAL is the fact that we currently have no internationally recognized reference doses for allergenic foods. Therefore, manufacturers are defaulting to the use of PAL even where they perceive low levels of risk. The vital initiative for voluntary incidental trace allergen labeling suggests protein reference doses based on clinical reactivity in food challenge studies at or below which voluntary labeling is unnecessary. Sabine just showed a table before where those reference doses for the Codex are shown. In the following slides, we summarize the different methods available for allergen detection and show data of a review by Holzhauser et al. From 2020, if current analytical methodologies are fit for purpose to detect and quantify food allergens in food, and if those methods can verify current published doses. Before we move to methods, I would just like to come back to the basics very quickly, as they might help to interpret some of the following slides more easily. Food allergic reactions are triggered by food allergens. Those allergens are proteins or glycoproteins that are well tolerated by most, but can cause severe reactions in sensitive individuals. They tend to have a size between 10 to 70 kilodaltons and are quite stable to digestion processes, acid, and heat treatment. Proteins that are very stable to heat and digestion processes are those allergens that are more likely to cause severe reactions. Proteins that tend to be cleaved or hydrolyzed by heat treatment or digestion are more likely to be tolerated or only cause mild symptoms. Here you can see a 3D model of the milk protein beta-lactoglobulin, which is found in the whey fraction of milk. It is one of the key sensitizing proteins in milk next to the caseins. So-called epitopes, which are indicated in pink, are the reactive areas on proteins which are involved in an allergic reaction. They act as binding area for antibodies and start the allergy cascade in allergic individuals. So, The actual harms that we want to detect and quantify are proteins. Which methods are available for the detection at the moment? ELISA, PCR, and mass spectrometry methods are the current methods of choice. PCR detects the allergenic food by measuring DNA sequences that are specific to the allergenic food in question. ELISA and mass spectrometry methods both detect the protein component of the food by measuring either epitopes or peptides from selected proteins. These epitopes or peptides are not necessarily the allergenic IgE binding site of the allergenic protein. For direct comparison and for verification of vital protein reference doses in foodstuff, the reporting unit ideally is the total protein of the allergenic foodstuff, and the methods ideally should measure total protein of the specific allergenic food. In the total protein fraction of an allergenic food, only a subset of proteins or allergenic proteins constitutes a risk to allergic consumers, the quantitative composition of which is known for many foods. So let's start with a more detailed look into ELISA analysis and the principle behind it. ELISA stands for enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay. It is an immunochemical method relying on the interaction between antibody and allergen. It is the most used platform in industry to control the raw ingredients and food products. It is preferred to monitor food products for the presence of allergen residues because of its high level of sensitivity given by the specific antibodies within such assays. The antibodies are usually raised in animals which have been immunized with an extracted protein fraction. Those antibodies need to be characterized very well to know the specific target they are detecting. We are distinguishing here between polyclonal antibodies that are multispecific, so they are detecting multiple different epitopes, and monoclonal antibodies that are monospecific, so they really only target one single epitope. ELISA is relatively simple and can be performed by trained laboratory personnel using relatively inexpensive equipment, as it is basically pipetting different liquids into 96 well plates. Analysis can be completed within a few hours. A calibration standard containing known quantities of allergenic food or allergenic food protein or target protein is used to create a standard curve. Normally, the calibration already includes a conversion factor to convert into total allergenic protein. There are numerous commercially available ELISA-based allergen detection kits available covering most major food allergens. Performance and quantification can vary on samples from different food sources due to interferences with matrix effects and susceptibility of the detected proteins to denaturing effects or food processing. The polymerase chain reaction allows specific amplification and detection of selected DNA stretches from species or groups of species that are used in food manufacturing, but does not directly detect protein or allergenic proteins. Nevertheless, PCR allows highly specific and sensitive detection and quantification of targeted allergenic foodstuff. PCR sensitivity and specificity strongly depends on the selected DNA stretch of the target allergenic food. The time required to obtain results is often comparable to that required for ELISA, but shorter than that for mass spectrometry analysis. Some limitations exist in the use of PCR for the detection of allergenic foods, especially for milk and egg. Here we have the case that is quite difficult to distinguish whether protein is coming from milk and cow meat, or if the result is coming from the egg or from the chicken meat. What we also need here within PCR analysis is a suitable factor of conversion from total allergenic food into total protein of the allergenic food. Now we are heading to the mass spectrometry. A mass spectrometer separates ion in the gas phase according to the mass to charge ratio. For the analysis of proteins, or in our case, most of the time peptides, mass spectrometry is often coupled with reversed phase chromatography via an electrospray ionization source. Due to the superior sensitivity exhibited by peptides, these are now the markers of choice for the mass spectrometry detection and quantification of food allergens. If you have a look at the picture on the bottom, you will find a scheme of the mass spectrometry methodology for allergen detection. To release the marker peptides, food proteins are first extracted from the matrix and then digested into representative peptides using a selective protease, most of the time trypsin. Guidelines that aim to help users in the selection of target food allergen peptides that act as good quantitative markers have been developed by Johnson et al. In 2011. However, this is still an area of research, and considerations concerning the stability of peptides during food processing are still necessary. The extraction and digestion steps required for accurate quantitation can take hours and can differ greatly depending on the sample type or matrix. However, these procedures may be automated to improve sample throughput. The liquid chromatographic separation of the peptide digest normally takes between 5 and 30 minutes, depending on the number of peptides and anticipated complexity of the background matrix. However, the selectivity of MS-MS combined with chromatographic separation enables the sequential detection and quantification of tens or hundreds of peptides. This enables the detection of multiple proteins per allergenic food and multiple allergenic foods in one single analysis. This multiplexing capability, along with the possibility of detecting highly degraded proteins via their protein-specific peptides, are considered as major advantages of mass spectrometry for allergen detection. For quantifying allergen proteins, isotopically labeled peptide standards are available and offer traceability to the mole. Additional levels of calibration based on the use of purified proteins or the allergenic commodity itself are common. For linking the peptide measurement to the amount of total allergenic food protein, standardized conversion factors are needed, which are up to now not available. We investigated now the currently different available methodologies to quantify food allergens in food and the principles. But we are still missing information on the fitness for the quantification of food allergens at relevant contamination levels. So I would like to come back to my first slide where I presented a publication of Holzhauser and his team in 2020, which was published in the Journal of Food and Chemical Toxicology. The team around Holzhauser et al. Performed an extensive review of current available methods for allergen detection, focusing on ELISA, PCR, and mass spectrometry. 235 publications are included. What they did is basically that they collected the limits of detections of all these published methods and put them together. As different assays report the results differently, it was necessary to convert from allergenic protein to total allergenic source for comparability. Those converted LODs were then compared against the so-called action levels. In the red box, you can see action levels, which are a concentration of allergenic food per food matrix for different serving sizes of 5, 50, 250, and 500 grams. 500 grams would be about a spoonful, 50 grams about a scoopful, 250 grams about a piece of a birthday cake, and 500 grams would be the equivalent of a beverage. Methods need to be able to detect concentrations or food allergen concentrations down to the action level if they shall be regarded as fit for purpose. Here is now the collected data graphically shown. We see data collected for the allergens, peanut, soy, hazelnut, wheat, milk, and egg. For each allergen, the LODs are plotted on the y-axis for the different methods that are plotted on the x-axis. Each of the red dots, the blue squares, and the green triangles represents a method and its LOD. Additionally, a horizontal dotted line, which are the calculated reference doses for the different serving sizes, are shown. If a method is regarded as fit for purpose, the LOD should be below the horizontal dotted line. The data show that available analytical methods are capable of reasonably robust detection of peanut, soy, hazelnut, and wheat allergens for levels at or even below those dictated by either the vital 2.0 reference doses and also the vital 3.0 reference doses, and also for the codex reference doses. Also for serving sizes of 500 grams and higher, reasonable robust methods are available, either ELISA, either MS or PCR, to cover these reference doses. Milk and egg appear to be more problematic, and what we can see here is that there are quite a low number or even no PCR methods, the reason we mentioned already before. But overall, we can see that ELISA and MS methods seem to cover most of those food allergens. So in a summary, we can say that the methods that currently exist are fit for purpose, but what we are missing at the moment are really established threshold doses, so that we can apply our methods and verify those reference doses. With that, I thank you very much for your attention and for the chance to speak here in this conference. And now I wish you a great afternoon, and we see us again then in the question and answer session. Thanks a lot, and See you.
Good morning to all. In this session, I would like to share effectiveness food.
好的，下面，喂，下面会议的话
All
由
right.
我。
Next, I would like to take over the role of Mr. Wu as the moderator. And so, first of all, I really appreciate that right now we have the COVID-19, we have the very most stringent control measures, but we still have many audience attending the meeting offsite. On behalf of Roma Labs, I really appreciate, and you are really the true fans, otherwise you want to come over. And talking about that, for me, myself, for the food allergen topic, I really have great passion in that. And because if you know me, you will know that I worked in an enterprise, and then I joined Roma Labs. Actually, I changed from party A to party B. I really have great passion and interest in the food allergen. And so actually, I made a lot of speech every year regarding food allergen. So today, my topic is the new emerging allergen detection methods and what they are. For the new emerging allergen, actually, which is different from what mentioned by Professor Wu, what we mentioned about previously seemed like what I am going to share with you about the fruit. One is mango allergen, one is coconut allergen. So actually, in FAO or Big 8 list, they didn't contain it. And in China or in Asia Pacific regions, about mango and coconut allergen or allergy cases, we still have many cases regarding that.
First of all, let's talk about mango. And there's this riddle, which is the most visually impaired fruit. The answer is mango. Well, I learned about mango as an allergen from a TV episodic content, the X3. And the lead female character is allergic to mangoes. So she decided to overcome her allergies by eating a lot of mangoes. As a result, she was taken to the hospital by emergency aid. Actually, this is not an unnoticed topic, the allergenicity of mangoes. The allergenicity of mangoes can come from the peel of the fruit or the fruit of the meat of the fruit. And mango can be quite severe. It can lead to a short of breath, itchiness, or even allergic shocks, in which case you need emergency care. It can even lead to death. Some people might suffer from oral allergies. So after you consume mango for 1 to 2 weeks, you might feel uncomfortable in the mouth. And 57% of broncho asthma pediatric patients, they are allergic to mangoes. Even after medication, the symptoms can last for several weeks. And the food processing only works to a very limited extent in removing the allergenicity of mangoes. Taiwan had a lot of research on the topic. There is a survey in Taiwan which shows that mango is the top 4 allergen in Taiwan. To learn about allergens, there's this website that I really recommend to you. It is called Allergic Me. You can enter mango and hit search, and it shows you all the allergenic proteins related to mango. Here we see 11 items. There is mango snap, that it is actually kind of fish, not a fruit, but it's a relevant search result. There are 7 types of allergens in mango. Actually, allergenic proteins in mango. And when we speak of mango as an allergen, why we decided to study it? Actually, we have a client and they had a product to be exported to Japan. So they asked whether they could get mango tested. We test allergens. So we looked for vendors all over the world, and our headquarter experts said that they searched all websites and only found one who was capable of testing mango allergens with a strip. So we procured the strips and we ran validation tests. Mango as an allergen. Traditionally, we use the strip method. With COVID, now you all know the strip very well. You get a strip, you test. If you see 2 red lines, that's positive, 1 means negative. So I won't spend too much time explaining the mechanism. For 2 ppm, it could test. For the environment sample, it's 0.2 milligram. And this is the principle. I won't spend too much time on it because you already know very well. It is also a double antibody. If it's positive, then it shows red. This is the workflow of the assay. Using a strip, the top advantage is convenience and portability. Once you prepare the sample, you can weigh 0.3 grams of the sample and then add 3,000 microliters of buffer, shake well, and then you can insert the strip. In 10 minutes, you'll get the result and you get to tell whether the sample is positive. For swabs, it works quite similarly. Once we have a new product at hand, to test for mango, we need to know whether it works. So we have mixed mango juice, pure mango juice, mango soda, and mango jellies. And all of those tested negative for mango proteins. So we look at the table of content. This is the table of content for a mango juice. The first item is water. The second is mango pulp. So sequence-wise, it should be the second largest content, but it doesn't tell specifically how much mango pulp was added to the product. And for concentrated juice, it is questionable how much real mango content is in it. So quite interestingly, all of these mango flavored products tested negative for mango proteins. And we had a dried mango and mango soft candies and also different varieties of fresh mango fruits on the market. The soft candy tested positive for mango proteins. The allergenic proteins. And for fresh mangoes, the result was quite clear, and we even diluted the sample. It should be 10 times dilution, and we also tried 100 times dilution. It still tested positive with a sample prepared from fresh fruit. And we tested the soft candy. It tested mango jam, and it is stated that they added 5.1% of mango jam, and that tested positive. And dried mango. It's not directly dried from the sun. It is a processed product, so there are a lot of other condiments added to it. Now let's move on to talk about coconuts. The definition or category, when we speak of the big 8, there's a category called tree nut. Literally, you would define coconut as a tree nut because it is a sort of nut growing on a tree, but actually we treat it as a variety of fruit. And when you really do your research, You find it quite interesting. So first of all, the definition of coconut is it is a variety of fruit, not tree nut, but FDA of America states that if your product contains coconut, you must declare and make corresponding labeling. And 20 to 30% of children who are allergic to nuts might be allergic to coconuts. And the demographic allergic to coconut is quite small, but once they go through an allergic response or reaction, it can be quite severe. And genetics plays a key part in coconut allergy. If I am allergic to coconut, my children are highly likely to be allergic to coconuts. And milk protein allergies has a high prevalence among children. In other countries, often they substitute milk with coconut in children's drinks, but still people might be subject to coconut allergies. So that is still an underlying risk there. The drinks and beverages for children and infants, well, there are many SKUs who replace milk with coconut, and that is still risky. And although we're talking about food allergy today, there are actually 75% of children's body lotions contains coconut or coconut oil. Those who are allergic to coconut as a food, their skin might also be allergic to coconut content. So that is also an underlying risk. And the proteins that trigger coconut allergies on Allergen Me, you can procure the relevant proteins for research purpose. And to test for the coconut allergen, we use a kit. So on the antibody plate, there is the allergen, and it's an antibody connection with the enzyme conjugate, and the substrate will change the color of the enzyme. The sensitivity is at 0.4 ppm, and the linear scope is 2 to 30 ppm. So for coconut allergen, our product is a quantized one. You know how much allergen protein is in the sample. And with ELISA quantization, there's this double antibody method and the direct competition method. With the first one, you add your sample and then you add the enzyme antibody conjugate. The direct competition method, on the other hand, your conjugate and your sample or standard must be added simultaneously, and they compete for the antibody. So when you look at the principle of the kit, when you look at the steps, for example, here, the first step is to add the standard and the sample, wait for 30 minutes. The second step is to rinse for 3 times. The third step is to print the plate. And then the fourth step is to add the conjugate. There are many steps involved. The conjugate and the standard or sample are added separately. Without further ado, let's look at our test findings. We basically bought all the varieties of products like wafers, biscuits, coconut drink, coconut beverages, coconut water, coconut jelly beverages, fresh coconut juice, coconut meat. The test results are shown in the right column. The so-called coconut water and coconut milk or coconut jelly beverages tested negative for coconut allergen proteins. But the fresh coconut water and fresh coconut meat, even if you add a slight trace, the test result goes beyond the LOD. So we look at the table of content on the processed food. The coconut flavored beverage, for example, it's a mixture of water and sugar with a little bit of added fresh coconut pulp and juice, but we did not test positive. And the other is a coconut biscuit with coconut pulp, a shredded coconut that tested positive. The other is a coconut flavored cereal and a 98% coconut water that tested negative. The one in the middle that added coconut powder, it tested positive. So with so much experiments on coconut allergens, this is my personal conclusion. If you're non-allergic to coconut, if you have a preference for a certain type of food, for example, coconut or mango, the best option for you is to go get the fresh fruit, because all the flavored processed food, most of them tested negative. And if you're allergic, for them, can they consume the flavored beverages because they tested negative? Well, the answer would be no, because we only selected certain samples. If you are truly allergic, the best thing for you to do is to read the label and avoid consuming any allergen-containing food. If you see any words that states coconut, avoid eating it. The third part is a bit of advertisement. We are a professional testing lab. So for any niche allergens, if you won't find the service available from other vendors, always feel free to talk to us. That is all for my presentation. My conclusion is that there's a long path for us to travel in testing and managing the risks of allergens in China. Thank you.
And the next one is an online speaker, and he's from Roma Labs, and he is a product manager of allergens of Roma Labs, Martin. And so next, I'd like to invite Martin.
Morning to everyone. I hope you can hear me. So it's really early in the morning here, but I join you guys for this talk. So thank you for having me. I will share the screen immediately. And that's it. Well, thank you very much once more for having me. The talk of today will be about gluten detection. So, and it's called Gluten Detection. Are we there yet? What are the challenges and advances? So I have planned this talk to do just as a short review of gluten disorders and gluten basic concepts just to start. So we put us on topic, so to say. And then want to, on each step, on each of the things that I will be saying, I would like to review a bit of what are the actual challenges that the analytical community faces when detecting gluten. And furthermore, we will see some limitations and advantages of methods of detection. We will see regulations, and we will focus on two particular antibodies, which are the most prominent antibodies for gluten detection, namely the G12 and R5 antibodies. So without further ado, I'll start with just a very short overview of gluten-related disorders. You might know that gluten-related disorders are not only celiac. These are the most commonly known. Nevertheless, so celiac or celiac disease is accompanied by some other disorders like non-celiac gluten sensitivity, and also with allergy, which is an actual allergy, and not like celiac disease, which is a different kind of disorder. And finally, there's others kind of disorders that are really not well understood, and they are just put like in this very group, right? So we will focus mostly on celiac disease and wheat allergy because they are the most relevant and the most prominent, of course. To get out of the way, I want to talk about wheat allergy just shortly. We have been hearing about food allergies for some hours now. And so I want to just make a distinction here. So wheat allergy is a real allergy. It exists. That means that wheat contains protein that do act as allergens. And what is important to understand is that it's not the same as celiac, right? We are talking about here of a very rapid onset allergy, and it's particular because it has what is called wheat-dependent exercise-induced anaphylaxis, which means that those persons that are allergic to wheat normally will not show the symptoms immediately. They will have an allergic reaction mostly only if they do exercise after eating, after consuming wheat. So it's quite special in this sense. There's more than 30 different allergens that have been described in wheat, but most of them are airborne. That means that they are actually, it has to be inhaled or described to be inhalant. Yeah, so for, allergens that exert the effect by being inhaled, yeah. Most allergens belong to the globulins and albumins fraction. So with this, I want to show that actually it's not the same proteins, necessarily the same proteins that are causing celiac disease. In fact, in the gluten fraction, there's only two major food allergens that have been described. These are the 3A19 and 3A36. But of course, there's also, for example, a protein causing allergy, an allergen, you know, in the omega-5 gliadin fraction. So I just wanted to put this here, take it aside, yeah, so that we know that there's something called wheat allergy, a real allergy, which is different from celiac disease, which is the most known or better known disorder caused by gluten. Now, celiac disease is an autoimmune enteropathy that requires that the individuals that suffer it are genetically predisposed and affects around 1% of the population, which is really interesting because there's a huge disparity between the people who are actually having celiac and the people who think they cannot eat gluten, which is around 20 to 25% of the population. So it's a huge, huge disparity between the people who actually have celiac and the people who think they have celiac. And what happens is that there's a destruction of the villi in the small intestine. The mechanism is better understood nowadays. And basically, what ends up happening is that the body produces antibodies that are aiming a protein, the transglutaminase, that is on the gut. And this leads to the destruction of the villi in the small intestine. The villi, as you might remember, are these like finger-like protuberances in the cells. And therefore, that causes actually a reduction of the absorption surface in the gut. Yeah, restrict diet is so far the only treatment. So the symptoms that we will have, we will observe are mostly related to malabsorption. Yeah, because the surface has been depleted and is much lower than it was before because the villi is gone. Then there's a lot of malabsorption related symptoms, like for example, malnutrition, development delay, anemia, but also could be vomiting, flatulence, abdominal pain, so a lot of different things. And furthermore, if we extend this to other disorders, so non-celiac disorders, gluten disorders, we see that there's also problems caused by gluten, like for example, in the central nervous system, like headaches, epilepsy, depression, ataxia, sorry, but also heart conditions, skin and mucosal. So there's a really all-encompassing in the sense that it affects multiple organs. But why the increase of gluten disorders prevalence? This is something that has been discussed for quite some time. So this is something I wanted to bring here to you because it's rather new and it's really is the study I think came just a couple of weeks ago. So I wanted to show you. So there was a lot of discussion. Why is it that there's more prevalence to gluten disorders right now? And one of the main hypotheses was that the users new actually high performance cultivars, so hybrids actually of wheat, might actually be enriching maybe in proteins that are causing this kind of diseases, of disorders. Now, a recent study actually by Dietrich actually et al. Has shown that actually the new breeds doesn't seem to be the responsible one. They have done this by checking ancient and modern cultivars, stimulating immune cells from patients that have non-celiac gluten sensitivity. and they found that all cultivars can actually stimulate the immune cells of these patients, and there's no real correlation between if ancient and modern or so. So all of them seem to be on the same level. So this is just to finish then with the context, and then we jump to the challenges on detection, analytical detection. I've been talking about gluten, but what is gluten really? So gluten in the food industry is used not only in baked products, as one of course knows, everything that's bakery, where gluten is actually a component of the flour that is used for texture and to give actually the elasticity and allowing the rising of the dough, because it coagulates, emulsifies, and binds water as well. But it's also used in many other foods that not always are considered. That's because gluten is actually a protein source. It's used as an alternative protein source for example, people who are vegan or so. So you need extra protein sources, and one of the sources are, for example, gluten. Is also used simply as a stabilizer for products that normally would not have gluten or will be really low gluten. It's used, for example, in sauces, in ice cream, even in imitation meats, so fake meats, so to say. And not to forget, beers are made out of grains that contain gluten, mainly barley, but there's also, of course, beers from wheat and other cereals. But what is gluten itself? And here I want to bring another point of discussion, and this is another challenge also because there's quite a clash here. Historically, gluten has been actually described or defined as a composite of storage proteins from 4 specific types of cereals, namely wheat, barley, rye, and oats, and hybrids from them, like critical, for example. So there are different varieties of these cereals that receive particular names, and one needs to identify what they are. Nevertheless, and here is one big point again, are oats really containing toxic gluten? So the gluten equivalent part, avenines, in oats, is it really causing the same troubles as all others? And there, I wanted to bring something that most likely you might have already picked up from what Sabine was telling before regarding the changes in codex. So the commission advising, it's not written codex there, my apologies, but so the commission does actually reviewing or have reviewed the allergens and the substances that have to be declared, has changed cereal containing glutens. Normally it would have included wheat, barley, rye, and oats, and this time they have removed all oats from the list. So it says now cereals containing glutens, barley, rye, and wheat. So that's quite a big change now for Codex, since we know that Codex actually sets the standard for all signatory countries, from the trade organization, and therefore. But why was this step taken? Well, basically because there's in the scientific community in general, there's a bit of a discussion still. It basically is North Hemisphere versus South Hemisphere. We can put it this way. Most in the North Hemisphere, oats are not considered toxic at all. There are many studies that go pro and con for this, but basically the take-home message are the most important conclusion here is that basically oats could be contaminated actually with other cereals like wheat or rye or barley. So that is not that oats are toxic by themselves, but that they are actually just contain contaminations. And that's the main hypothesis there. And this actually is backed up by many studies that show that oats do not show the same toxicity for patients. Furthermore, the G12 antibody actually detects, I will talk a bit more about the G12 antibody, but I need to mention it here. But the G12 antibody, when it's used to detect gluten in oats, it actually has a very, very low reactivity, showing only traces actually of, a very, very low reactivity, meaning below 20 ppm every time. And this is for pure oats, Yeah, so we are talking here that we should be seeing a very, very high number if we consider the amount of gluten that oats have. Nevertheless, it's very, very low, less than 20 ppm. Normally, it's even below 10 ppm. So oats themselves, actually, if we were to classify them, should not be actually gluten containing, yeah. But of course, we need to take into account, and I will talk about this later, that the G12 antibody is aiming for the really the cytotoxic peptide that is causing the onset of the, or is associated to the onset of the disease. Yeah, so it's actually aiming for cytotoxicity and not just simply for gluten content itself. So this also indicates that there's a very low toxicity in oats, or this could just simply come from contamination, right? So there's a thing here, a discrepancy between regulations in many countries that one can see between, you know, northern and southern hemispheres, so to say. But it was also impulsed by Codex original standard, right? But as we see, they are now modifying it. So let's see what happened. This is just for sake of completion. You know that gluten made of prolamins and glutenins, yeah. So not all proteins, storage proteins in the cereals are gluten, just those that are actually soluble in ethanol, and the remaining proteins, namely the prolamins and glutenins, right? So we can see here the different names for prolamins and glutenins in wheat, rye, and barley. Also included oats, yeah, namely gliadin, glutenin, secalin, secalinin, hordein, avenin, and avenalin. And what is important here is to maybe also mention that actually sometimes glutenins are just considered as a subfraction of prolamins, that is actually low soluble prolamins. So it really depends on the literature there. But also I wanted to mention this and to bring this to account because of the antibodies that have been developed are developed against different portions here, and because the detection of these portions is actually relevant. So when we take a look at what the amount of the real protein and gluten content on the different kind of cereals is, we find out that actually this varies significantly. For example, we see that barley has only 2.3% protein all in all, this representing something between 0.7 to 1.8 percentage of gluten, content of gluten. While in wheat, for example, we talk about around 10% of gluten content, rye around 6% gluten content, and avenin 0.3 to 1.2 gluten content. Why is this relevant? I bring this into account because one thing that, and we will see in the next slide, one thing that one tends to forget or don't pay as much attention as, you know, as for example, laboratories that are conducting in the production place these kind of studies, or even laboratories that actually are service laboratories, there's something that is not always taken into account, and it's the fact that the source of contamination is really relevant to actually inform the result. A difference to many other analytes, when it comes to allergens or gluten, it's really important that we give as much information as we can to the technician that is actually running the assays, or the laboratory that is running the assays, because it really changes a lot what the interpretation of the result could be, and actually the magnitude of the result has to be transformed somehow in order to be more accurate, right? So this is something that normally is forgotten, and gluten is expressed as just units in ppm of gluten without taking into consideration that the standards that we are using the method do not necessarily match the contamination, and furthermore that the amount of protein that comes from contamination is different, and therefore also when we apply our management plans, we could actually take these points here into consideration. Furthermore, this is further complicated by the fact that the ratio of prolamins to glutenins in each one of the cereals by Codex, the standard, has always been considered to be 1, this ratio. Now new studies, much recent studies, have shown that this number does not seem to hold. It really depends on the cultivar, but we see, for example, numbers between 1.5 and 3.1 for wheat, and for rye, way different, between 6.3 and 8.2. So that's quite a different number from 1. And why this is relevant? Well, because most methods of analysis are actually aiming for gliadins or have been calibrated against gliadins. And therefore, the calculation of gluten is just simply achieved by multiplying by 2 because the ratio is 1. That means that it's 1-to-1 glutamine prolamins to glutenins, and therefore by multiplying by 2, you get the gluten number. Now, this is obviously not the case in reality. So this ratio does not really hold anymore and has to be revised in the codex. And this is important for the analyst running the assay, because if it knows that the contamination comes from rye, for example, then the result would have should be multiplied actually by a complete different factor than 2. Otherwise, this is actually means that there's a general overestimation of gluten content in all cereals, yeah, but particularly in barley and rye. Example here, if we have prolamine to glutamine of 1, then that would take, of course, 2 times prolamine equals to gluten content, right? But in reality, we see that number is way, way higher. For example, if we take just as a mean value in rye 7, then the number is completely different, and it takes actually to a lower actually factor, and therefore we would have been overestimated before. So one thing that that I want to bring here into account, and this is again about the toxicity. Here you can see the different pictures of a villi before actually being attacked by the autoantibodies, and here on the right hand side we have already the tissue has been completely depleted from villi, and in particular there is a high, a immunotoxic peptide that is super toxic. It's considered like a super toxic peptide, immunotoxic peptide, and these basically. What is important about here is that the epitope containing this peptide is actually recognized for more than 90, actually it's a bit over 90, but more than 90% of the celiac people actually has the same allele for the MHC complex, and they detect the same peptide. Yeah, so this is really the most relevant peptide for the onset of the disease. And we have, of course, antibodies now to detect. It's nothing new anymore. It has been in the market. Is a G12 antibody, and therefore that's actually one of the new advances, that more and more antibodies are now aiming for actually are monoclonal antibodies or design antibodies really to aim for epitopes that are described to being relevant in different portions of gluten, which is something that we were lacking before. Yeah, we had antibodies that were, for example, raised against one particular portion of prolamine portion, and then we would try to describe which are the peptides that are here detected, are they relevant or not. So this approach is completely the opposite, trying to really link directly the disease with the detection of gluten in the food. So just to summarize the G12 antibody before I move on, and I'm doing this because I will tell more about the G12 antibody later, and it's actually an antibody that was raised against immunotoxic peptide. I mentioned this already. Targets the most immunotoxic proteins for those intolerant to gluten. Yeah, this peptide, this epitope I mentioned already, and it could be that detects the potential immunotoxic varieties of oats, and this is what I mentioned before. So if one checks actually pure oats with this antibody, one actually can detect but for some oats, yeah, many actually do not react at all, and some oats would actually do show some signal, normally under 20 ppm, really, really low. But interestingly, this has been in the past actually been correlated to oat varieties that are toxic for patients. So again, whether this has been real pure oats and not contaminated with something else is something quite difficult to rule out. But there seems to be actually a quite good detection there. Unfortunately, when it comes to now the detection of gluten in food matrices, that renders anyway the detection through G12 antibody pretty useless, because the only thing that we could be able to actually test with this would be pure oats. Yeah, the moment we use the oats somewhere else, this gets completely diluted and we won't be able to detect it. Now, now I will talk a bit more. I've been trying to talk about the differences and new advances and new discoveries or new findings that we have had. What about the methods of detections themselves? The two main methods of detection for gluten are lateral flow devices and ELISAs. Yeah, ELISA is the golden method, so to say, the go-to method. But for rinses and also for the everyday production, we also need lateral flow devices, yeah, because it's a much more suitable on-site detection method of gluten. There's also HPLC methods being developed. Actually, they work quite well for the detection, for the quantitation of gluten. Nevertheless, the same problems that are presented with ELISA are also present there, namely, for example, the matrices, the reference materials, what are the standards, the detection of hydrolysates. So all these problems still stand for the same for HPLC. Antibodies for the detection of gluten, there are today, there are many really, from the oldest, like for example, Scarid, we go through, so polyclonal antibodies, monoclonal antibodies. We have the R5, which is the most prominent one together with the G12. And then there are also antibodies that have been developed directly, for example, for deamidated epitopes, yeah, from portions from gluten, so that actually would be much more linked again to the action of the antibodies, of the auto antibodies, I mean. So there, new strategies and many new antibodies are already being developed, and some are already, in the format of ELISAs that are commercially available. Many are really mostly research, but so the most prominent ones are the R5, which is the antibody that was included into a method for the Codex Alimentarius as reference method number 1, and then the G12, which actually is the one I just described, which the novelty on it is that actually is linking directly the disease with the detection of gluten with the immunotoxic peptide that is linked to the disease, right? So if we compare this, I have put Scarid for sake of history, but G12 and R5 are the most relevant here. We see that, for example, the G12 have been developed against wheat gliadin, while the R5 is rice seclin. Yeah. Nevertheless, they both cross-react with rye and barley, and the other one with wheat and barley. But important is that the methods, the ELISA methods that use these antibodies are always calibrated with gliadin. Yeah, either vital gliadin or, for example, primary working group gliadin, but they are always calibrated with gliadin. And this has to do with the detection method and the recommendations of Codex, of course. In the case of G12, this I already mentioned, there's the link with the disease, right? But what happened, and this is one of the main challenges that we face nowadays. And the fact is that if we try to check how are the different fractions, prolamines and glutenins of the different cereals being detected actually by R5 ELISA-based methods and G12-based methods, then what we find is that actually there's a huge discrepancy between the standard curve provided with ELISA and then the concentration of these prolamines or glutenins that are being detected by the method. Right, so this has been the total concentration has always done by HPLC and then has been contrasted with the absorbance of the ELISA. This is work that has been done already in 2016 by Lex Haller et al. And we see actually that both antibodies have their limitations. For example, the fact that the G12 antibody is not that good detecting gluten from barley. You basically have a very low reactivity against that. We cannot see it in the graph, right? And wheat and rye glutenins, they also have low reactivity. Yeah, so we will see a discrepancy there if we try to quantify them. We will be under quantifying them most likely. Now, if we check now the prolamines, which are actually the main target group for the G12 antibody, yeah, we saw that this was developed against wheat gliadin, then we can see that there's actually a quite nice correlation. There is some overestimation, nevertheless. You can see that in some cases it could be up to 200. Yeah, it really depends on its value of prolamins. Now, if we take a look in the R5 method, we also saw, for example, that this method doesn't seem to be that good, detecting the different glutenins. There's some overestimation of one, in particular, rye is very overestimated, and then underestimation of the others, right? The ones that are just the best for R5 and for G12 is, of course, wheat prolamins, yeah, because it makes sense. The methods have been calibrated against that. But what really calls the attention here is that the detection of rye prolamins or barley prolamins are extremely overestimated. So whenever you actually try to detect the contamination of gluten, right, and the contamination comes from barley, because the methods are calibrated against gliadin and the reactivity of the antibody is so high also, we end up with 500 to 800% overestimation. Yeah, the recovery days, it completely misses the purposes of the method. So we have to really be careful here, and whenever doing these kind of determinations, we need to know more about the sample, about the contamination, where it comes, and more particular, what are the antibody we are using. Yeah, so this is still quite a challenge. There are now new ELISAs mixing different antibodies that try to compensate a bit more, to try to have a better recovery, closer to 100%, I mean. Nevertheless, this is not yet, the effect of the matrix is still there, right? So it's not like has been solved completely. Another of the challenges is basically hydrolyzed samples. This is something that most of you might know already. So basically, because the cleavage of gluten in smaller peptides requires that a competitive ELISA method might be used, yeah, not the traditional sandwich ELISAs. Now, both for R5 and G12, these kind of methods exist in the market. But the big challenge here is that basically the patterns of hydrolyzations and cleavage vary from matrix to matrix, and it will not match the standards. Yeah, there's a lot of variation depending on the method. And then there could be, again, over and underestimations, because how the proteins are cleaved during the hydrolyzation with one particular fermentation process might actually lead to a completely different hydrolyzation pattern. And therefore, if we're using standards that contains peptides that have been used, for example, have been produced by enzyme cleavage, the patterns will be different, and therefore we end up really with a different set of peptides, and therefore the detection is different again. I'm almost on the limit already of my time, but I'm almost also close to finish. So it's I think it's all right. So these methods that we have available are as best approximations. Yeah, it's just really, not suitable yet. Nevertheless, it's the best that we have right now, and is what is recommended. Funny, well, it's not funny, it's interestingly enough, the G12 antibody actually seems to be better for detecting cytotoxic peptides or toxic peptides in beer. This has been described as well already 2 years ago. I don't have the citation here. We'll try to include it before and send it to the organizers. In comparison with R5, but this makes sense since the G12 antibody has been developed, for detection of cytotoxic peptides in particular. So this is quite interesting and is something to be taken into account. Another big challenge is the reference material. Yeah, if you take two methods, there's no guarantee that they will be yielding the same gluten levels, and that's basically because there's no really yet a suitable reference material. It is still lacking. So far, the problem working group gluten, gluten coming from the problem working group has been used or most widely used. Nevertheless, it also presents quite some challenges and limitations for use. And so big efforts have been done in order to develop new reference materials that are relevant also, right? But this brings up a lot of questions, like, for example, which kind of cultivars should we include for the reference material? Should we mix? Should we use one? Should we take 1, 2 of 3, 4, or which is the number of cultivars that we should be using, where should these cultivars come from. So the patterns of protein of the cultivars is very, very different. So we need to take this into account. Now, furthermore, do we use flour? Do we use gluten isolate? Do we use gliadin isolate? And furthermore, this is wheat, right? What about rye? What about barley? So actually, a study by Shah et al. Has shown that the isolation of proteins, from the flour alter the conformation and the detection by ELISA. So it actually you could end up with quite a different misquantification of the gluten if you isolate the proteins and use it as standard, as a reference material. So this is something to take into account as well. But many efforts are being done for in these regards. So for example, the AOAC now recommends to use commercial flours of each separate cereal, so barley, rye, and wheat, when actually validating the method. But again, we still do not have reference material that can be traceable metrologically to the SI. So one more point that I wanted to do about this. Okay, I will come to it later. And to finish, just I wanted to show how the regulations around the world quite vary. Most regulations around the world has one key number, 20 ppm. This comes originally from the Codex Alimentarius, of course, the standard 118, 1979. China is currently also adapting, so to say, the standard. But we find that around the globe, there's completely different regulations. We have in Europe is the same 20 ppm for gluten-free, 100 ppm for very low gluten. Now in the US, for example, there's this proposed rule for gluten-free labeling below 20 ppm, but this is voluntary labeling. We have cases like Australia or New Zealand where in order to call some food gluten-free, it has to be not detectable gluten by the most sensitive universally accepted method. This lies right now in 4 ppm. So it's 3 and 5, so they have taken 4 ppm. And there are some other countries that actually have put the limit in 10 ppm or 4 ppm. So it really depends on where we are exporting what we will consider, what will be considered gluten-free. This is actually also relevant because clinically, there's this value that has not been really validated, the 20 ppm. So it's not that something below 20 ppm immediately means that it's not toxic for patients. So it's something to take into account. And I just wanted to mention once more, this is in the case of Europe, right, for Euro exporters. These have been based in the Codex Alimentarius, which of course has no legal provision. It's basically a collection of widely accepted recommendations, but the signatory countries must take these recommendations into account, of course. So why am I mentioning this? Because in the Codex Alimentarius, there's one particular method mentioned. It's a method that uses one particular extraction buffer and one particular antibody, the R5. And there are many declarations of different organizations, like, for example, the Polemic Working Group. We also support this, that basically, because that method has been already proven to lead to miscalculations in many cases, and it's also validated for certain matrices, of course. And the extraction method varies depending on so it's more or less efficient depending on the food we're extracting. So there are some other methods that are more are equally relevant or equally able to detect gluten, or even better in some cases. Those using combined antibodies do give better values, in the sense of more accurate values. And nevertheless, we cannot change the #1 method. There can be only one #1 method in Codex. So this has brought the problem that any other method now that they use a different antibody or different extraction buffer, so it's not considered method #1, and therefore you need to prove the equivalence. You need to basically say that is suitable for the purpose you are using, and this is the recommendation and that we support, and this is also done by the Polemic Working Group. So as conclusions, the detection of gluten in complex food matrices still present many challenges, but many steps in the direction to solve them are being taken. Now the development of appropriate reference materials is an ongoing effort already. Different methods still could deliver different results given that the reactivity to different portions of gluten is different. This has to be taken into account, yeah? Attention must be paid to the source of gluten, and we need to start working with better factors for calculating gluten. So with that, I'll finish my presentation. Thank you very much from Roma Labs, and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Martin.
And the next one, our next speaker is from Huang Xiaoping from ED, and he is an expert on risk assessment innovation center, and he is going to introduce to us the allergen risk management and practice. Welcome, Dr. Wang. I'm very happy that we have been invited by Mr. Zhang to share with you our practices in ED. In terms of the labeling of allergen, well, in China, and it is according to 7718. Well, simply introduce to you ED. I believe that you are familiar with ED, but maybe some of you do not know about ED. And actually, we are top 5 around the world in terms of a dairy, and in Asia, we are number 1. And this is our brands. Now we have 5 brands that achieves sales exceeding 10 billion RMB. And Muxi achieved 20 billion. And we also have liquid milk. Liquid milk is our main products. And we have Jinlingguan PRO Keto, and it is the milk powder, and it has exceeded 10 billion last year. And this is my content. One is labeling, and one is identification of the allergen in the raw materials, and another one is HARPC work. So first one, labeling. Actually, we have a GB 7718, and we comply with the requirements. Previously, it is not mandatory, it is volunteer for the labeling. But in the revision version of 7718, it is required that. And actually, it should be G8, but we now have SO2 included in it as well. And according to 7718 revision version, and now it is not officially released. However, about 2 years ago, ED has already started to require all the products to comply with the new revision. We need to label the allergen. And so it is also already in our internal requirement. And also for Roma Labs, talk about cereal, as well as fish, seafood products, crustaceans, soybean, peanuts. This is all listed here. And Mr. Wu also talked about CAC, and it is required to label sesame. So actually, according to 7718, it still doesn't contain the sesame. And according to our national standards, we actually need to label the allergens that according to the 7718. And in our lab and label, we have listed the allergens. And for our products, besides the dairy products, and we have wheat, and also we have fruit added into the ingredients. Well, fruit is not included in the list. Another one about the labeling for our exported products, because some of our products go outside to Southeast Asian countries. For our exported products, besides the labeling of the allergen, And we also need to comply with the local requirements. For example, if we go to Singapore or Indonesia or Malaysia or the other Southeast Asian countries, and we of course will follow the local requirements and the regulations to do the labeling. And for Southeast Asian countries and for Asian, and they actually adopt the European requirements. So we also follow the local regulations to label the allergens according to their requirements. Another one is for the identification of allergen in the raw materials. First of all, is about manufacturing raw materials. And for the suppliers, we have a survey, and we require all the suppliers. We require all the suppliers, according to our survey, list all the allergens, and they need to give us the feedback. And so actually for the allergens, Big 8 according to the national regulation, and also we have celeries, vegetables, and sesame, and lupin is also mentioned by Mr. Zhang Mango, and we require them to list all that information on the survey. And we have started to do that several years ago. And during our work for our suppliers, some of the suppliers ask us why they need to label that information. And so actually through our work, we want to push the suppliers and to search, to investigate on the allergens. And for some of the international companies, for example, Danone and Nestle, and because they are international brands, and we also have a lot of international regulations and laws, and so they have stringent requirements and regulations regarding allergens. And in China, maybe our regulations is not as rigid, not as stringent as them, but we still require them to list all the information. And we set up a library, the information library regarding that. And for new materials, before the use of the new materials, we are going to do the allergen research. And one thing is whether they contain allergen. So actually it's one part of our risk evaluation besides the chemical, biological, or physical properties of the new raw materials. So allergen is one of the part of our evaluation. So this is for the identification of the allergen according to HARPC. HARPC, there is one big change in our company. We have upgraded our system for that.
Allergens, like we said earlier, management of allergens is very important in and outside of China. So throughout the process, from entering the plant to storage, processing, and cleaning, we all need to have analysis and assessment as well as control. We need to identify the target product, identify the allergen, learn about the table of content and the recipe, manage the decision making, and also run validations. The third part, a very important work, which is a system upgrade. I'm sure many companies are going through the HARPC upgrade. Previously, there was the HACCP, and we've worked on it for many years. Now, according to the Modern Act on the Food Safety, we are upgrading our system. And there's also integration of FSSC 22000. Such an upgrade, as we all know, the HARPC upgrade includes two important parts. One is to increase the control and identification of allergens. The other is the authenticity. And there's the food fraud and allergen control. To upgrade the system, You look at your raw materials, your suppliers, the entry of the factory, de-dusting, cleaning, everything has to be changed. So the food safety group was established, and there's the product description, and there's the material and expedients description, prevention and control, as well as the validation procedure. You need to have a whole system established. So our business unit, our factories should put this in place. So that allergen control becomes part of our system for better control and validation. Allergen fraud and the hazard factor, like we said, as the cross-contamination risks, frauds. Upon identifying the categories, we set a target, and then there are corresponding measures for prevention and control throughout the chain. We start all the way from our raw material suppliers to our production and manufacturing system, storage, production. According to HARPC, there are risks like physical hazards, chemical hazards, frauds, and intentional sabotage. Well, today our breakout session is focused on allergens, so we need to start having analysis for allergens for specific products. For example, infant formula. There's this hydrolyzed lactoprotein formula. In this case, we need to test for allergens to make sure that it has been hydrolyzed and it is no longer allergenic. So we need to test for allergens, validate it, and make sure of no cross-contamination. And also such products should be made on a separated production line. And we need to have assessment and control based on HARPC. Now that we've identified the allergen, we must assess it and control it. And based on the severity and potency, we need to have a tiered classification. It's severe, it's medium, it's mild. And for outstanding hazards, if such risks present themselves, we must have controls. And there must be categorization tools and have a key control point. And we must have documentation, tiered flight check, and agile management of documentation. And we have a dedicated manager in charge of this task. And also there's the prevention or control of the supply chain. Previously, we talked about the identification of the allergens and during and post-identification. If we do see risks, there must be corresponding labeling. It's a series of steps to go through. And with R&D, there is a list for identification. One of the items is allergens. The other is the validation for factory cross-contamination. You need to validate it as well. Some of the products, they might be manufactured in the OEM factory, and the factory could also be manufacturing other products that contains allergens. In this case, we must also label that the product was manufactured in a factory where certain allergens might be used for other products. And this is also up to international standards. Another important task according to the system requirement, is to establish a mapping for allergen management. This works to support the identification and assessment of allergen. You need to take into consideration the processing techniques, the movement flow of the allergens, the control plan, and a diagram of how the product is manufactured. With all of this, you get a logistics map for the allergen, and you get the key control points, critical control points. So that is what the ELI group is working to manage and assess the risks of allergens. Like I said, the hazards of allergens. In China, we are still working to raise awareness. The GB 7718 official release isn't ready yet, but ELI is adopting international practice in identifying and evaluating, assessing allergens, and also upgrading our system to make improvements. So much from me today. Thank you very much for your attention. Next, we are going to hear from our Managing Director of APAC, Ms. Liao Yongwei. She is going to talk about effective food allergen management. She has a master's program from the US, and she has more than 20 years of experience in the industry. I'm sure she's going to shed some light into allergen management in Southeast Asia. Let's welcome her. Please play the video.
I would like to share effective food allergen management for everyone here. The agenda that I'll cover today includes the management of allergen in food production, at the same time a various type of preventive control for compliance, and also a detailed understanding of prevention of cross-contamination with regards to food allergen, and where can we make a difference in the prevention of cross-contamination. With regards to food producers, very clearly importance of allergen removal will be needing a cleaning regime, and this will be a key topic that we hope to share with everybody this morning. What is allergen management? Firstly, we'd like to ensure that we have a good application understanding of allergen management. It incorporates all the company's policies and procedures to actually control allergens. Hence, allergen management actually requires everyone to put in place a documentation followed by identification of the allergen and have them in control in all the management of food allergens. Includes people, supplier, raw material, equipment, and plant design, as well as manufacturing, and this will actually also allow us to actually capture the consumer information, and then we do the product development. So it's actually a full cycle in having allergen management. In GMP revisions, allergen is now considered a mandatory GMP component. In Modernization Act of US FDA for food safety, there is a requirement for us to comply on final rule for preventive control for human food. In this preventive control, actually the key point that we have to understand from food allergen perspective will be verification that the cleaning regime has been correctly done and monitoring whether the effectiveness of the cleaning regime is working for food allergen removal. This will include monitoring as well. So what does preventive control of these hazards for food allergen actually means? It means we need to conduct a HARPC, hazard analysis, and at the same time, we will need to do a preventive control. Establishing them will allow us to do a performance monitoring of the preventive control and putting in place the corrective action needed. And last but not least, the very important part is on the verification procedures. There are a couple of important steps for us to establish the hazards analysis risk-based preventive control for compliance. And with this regards, there are actually a major 6 steps. It starts with hazards analysis, preventive control identification, and put them into critical control point, and followed by setting up the critical limits. With the critical limits set, we can actually do the monitoring, and for monitoring, we can do the corrective action for food allergens management. For the hazards, there's actually categorized into biological hazards, chemical hazards, physical hazards, and radiological hazards. For allergen particularly is considered a chemical hazards, and sanitation procedures at food contact or food surface contact point will be critical for the removal of the food allergens. And definitely a full suit food allergen control plan will be needed for every facility. Let us take a look at these hazards that we're talking about for food allergens. This is actually a chemical hazard as actually earlier mentioned. And where does the chemical hazard actually could come from? It could come from the food ingredients. It can also come from the process related as we actually put into the manufacturing of the food. So what are the concerns that we're seeing in the market from the consumer perspective? Actually, undeclared food allergen hazard is one of the most paramount difficult recall that we're actually having these days, and phenomenally it could be affected or induced or actually occurred because of incorrect label design. At the same time, undeclared food allergen hazards could also be due to incorrect applications or use of a product label. Nevertheless, undeclared food allergens in many cases in the food recall, it is also due to allergen cross contact. And how do we actually define the allergen cross contact under the recall of undeclared food allergens? It could actually happen because of the failure to schedule the production by the manufacturing of 2 different products properly. And it could also happen for allergen cross contact in cases whereby failure to adequately clean between 2 different formulations of food manufacturing recipes. One is with the allergen and one is without the allergens. So failure to adequate clean in between actually create these allergen cross-contact issues. In addition, failure to store allergen containing ingredients separately from ingredients that do not contain allergens. This could be actually due to leakages of the allergen containing material and resulting in contamination of non-allergenic containing product. So it's also possible with this failure to actually cause allergen cross-contact. Last but not least, we also have incidents of failure to handle powdered allergens. In this case, the powdered allergens in a way to prevent particles from blowing onto the food and food contact surfaces will be very critical. The more we use powdered product that contains allergen, the more risky it is in our food production. What will be the typical type of food allergen controls then? It actually includes procedures, practices, and processes to put the allergen into control, mainly through locations such as storage, handling, and use, and also at the same time controlling them through product labeling. What does it mean? On the right-hand side in this slide, we shared some of the examples of procedures or practices that is very commonly done in allergen when you manufacture it to avoid the allergen cross-contact issues. And this started with mainly identifying and marking the allergen-containing ingredients, segregating them, scheduling the production of the product accordingly, and bear in mind physical separation of the process will be very, very important, followed by sanitation and cleaning practices. Usually for the full wet cleaning to remove the allergenic material will be important. And usually also using the dedicated cleaning utensils and equipment will be very key for removing allergens materials from the food processing equipment. We'd like to share a little bit more on this preventive control chart for a production plant in handling the food allergen hazards and how a preventive control measures are put in place. For example, allergen control on the left-hand side, you identify allergen cross-contact as one of the preventive control. And this includes, for example, in this case, for this manufacturing plant, identifying and mark the product of food allergen containing ingredients, for example, by color coding them. And with this, how do you actually maintain or ensure the preventive control is effective and will be able to reduce the cross-contact? The explanation is written on the rightmost column here, saying that clearly identifying food allergen associated with the ingredient will simplify handling practices to prevent allergen cross-contact in this case. In this example, with this particular preventive control, the manufacturing site had decided to schedule the production of product based on food allergen containing recipes. And typically, the production will schedule products that do not contain food allergen to be run first before the production of the products that do contain food allergen. This is usually the most effective way to actually manage the allergen control for cross-contact issues. Another important issues or concerns that we're seeing in production will be on the reworking process. When we do rework, food allergens ingredients that is affected in the reworking has to be clearly declared and discussed before the actual introduction of the reworking procedures. In addition, sanitation control is also one of the very important part of preventive control for food allergens. Using a full wet cleaning will be actually recommended to remove full food allergen residues prior to producing a product that does not contain that food allergen on the same line. It's also important to note that during the sanitation control for cross-contact, there is a very important wording that we call hygienic zoning. So it's crucial to actually have a hygienic zoning identified beforehand, and this can help us to prevent inadvertent incorporation of food allergen into a product. Using hygienic zoning allows us to actually do the physical separation of process operations, including personnel, and involving the food with or without specific food allergens. In summary, we can summarize the management of allergen into the clauses here. First, in identification whereby raw material and support for suppliers are crucial, followed by listing the allergenic material that is being introduced to the plant, and doing a risk assessment on the contamination route of the policies and procedures as well, and definitely on procedures in preventing control for cross-contamination, which is earlier being mentioned, and last but not least, reviewing the labeling guidance for the product itself. We would like to share an example of a sesame food allergen hygienic zoning in this map that we're sharing here. The color orange in the conveyor belt are actually dedicated to bread produced with sesame allergens. With this, a switch between the recipe will involve a sanitation control. Having this map will allow the production team and the hygiene team to clearly have a mindset change in managing food allergen clean-out, especially to avoid the cross-contamination of sesame to the next production recipe. With the hygienic zoning in mind, we would like to also share in the second part of my presentation regarding the prevention of cross-contamination and rework management. As earlier mentioned, the most commonly practiced procedures controls for effective management of allergenic material includes the elimination of the allergenic material or scheduling and cleaning of the production or equipment, as well at the same time segregation and isolation of the allergenic material. For us to actually make it into an even better effective management of allergenic material, we need to include staff movement as well as a control, including the protective clothing as well as the personal hygiene of our teams in production. So for us to actually do a very good spatial segregation of raw material as the ingredients come in, it's crucial to actually read the labeling to do the visual inspection properly to understand whether which material is coming in with the allergenic content. At the same time, the storage where the location has to be demarcated clearly, separately with product that is with allergen, and at the same time, most likely recommended would be doing the dedication of production line. As we have supported many customers globally from Roma Labs, we also actually have identified certain best practices here for effective management of allergenic material in production. Typically, the best practice includes producing the allergenic containing material after the non-allergenic containing material, and deep cleaning of shared equipment and minimize the frequency of the product changeovers. In the staff movements, being key to effective management of allergenic materials, it's crucial to let the staff dedicated to production of allergen material being separated from teams who are actually not producing product that is with allergenic material. So they have to be segregated. At the same time, protective clothing that is being used should be color-coded. With personal hygiene, we also have to be extra careful for teams who are producing allergenic material.
我争取把那个要求逼到50%啊！不是，对，我知你不是说是必须的，然后每个单位那就一样说要逼到80%。
It is important to schedule.
你明白的话，你不过
the
尽
movement
量
of the
搞。
waste
然后
shouldn't
现在我
be
说
resulting
先
back
把
to
那
production.
个激动两
This
个
will
我
help
现在
us
我说不必
minimize
了，
the
然后
risk
剩下
of
的羊灰是好的，我
reintroducing
说不到别人
allergenic
块不
material
必。
to the
然后另外
production.
一个我跟他们说，想办法不必，然后我们就那
In
个。
this
但
slide,
是
we would like to share
情
a
况
little
下
bit more of the
就是
different
说是
control
顶
measures,
多
particularly
能够
in
争取
terms
到
of when powders
60%
are
的
into defined
上瘾的率。
powders which are containing milk, egg, lupin can be actually easily distributed in the production area. So it is important to actually take note of the airflow, whereby if there's a high airflow surrounding the equipment or producing production area, for example, having a cooling fan, it is important to understand where will be the fine powders actually flow to minimize the risk of introducing allergen to recipes that do not contain this allergen in the first place. Changes in the recipes, for example, when we call them recipe change, it is important to have a meeting with the R&D team or the new product development team to actually understand the impact of introducing. If there's a new recipe requirement of new ingredients, a review team is actually being done before actually making it into the production floor. For reworking, many of the best practices actually includes having rework used only on a like-for-like basis. That is, it is only used in batch of exactly the same product as it is originally produced for. This will be the best practice for reworking to actually prevent allergens cross-contact issues in the production. A quick summary and recap. The slides above actually shared on the Food Safety Modernization Act requiring allergens control to put in place. And also in conclusion, allergen preventive control is crucial to actually help business for food exporters. There are myriads of reasons besides Food Safety Modernization Act to strive to be meticulous about allergen control. And nevertheless, a very crucial part of the message that we hope to share is undeclared allergens is one of the top causes of food recall today. Important to note that undeclared allergens can kill. In Roma Labs globally, we support many customers in actually having a good cross-contact contamination control for allergen. Here, we would like to show a couple of studies that we have helped our customers. One of them that I would like to start off with will be the casein allergen in baby formula. The background of this project actually involved a large multinational baby formula company. The company required us to check casein residue in a hydrolyzed whey-based formula. And with the baby formula, we understand that it has got very complex probabilistic matrix as it is a baby formula. So the issues on lower recovery of spike casein should be one of the challenges that we're facing. To help the customers, our solutions for the casein and allergen analysis will be to actually use our AquaQuant Plus casein ELISA kit. What we did was we actually test fully and partially hydrolyzed formula for the reactivity. At the same time, we add a known amount of casein in the form of skim milk powder to each of the formula to assess the recovery. And usually we will test it at two levels, low level and high level, near the LOQ for the low level of the assay. And high level is in the middle of the calibration curve. The results in the table shows that for Formula 1, 2, and 3, high spike recovery is much better, especially for the Formula 2 and 3, it is at 86% and 71%. We hope to summarize the outcome over here. Recoveries for high spike were better than the manufacturer's expectation. Data to be reviewed by manufacturer, and Roma Labs actually will be working closely with the manufacturer to assess the rest of their infant formula range. This clearly shows that collaborations with kit manufacturers like Roma Labs is been helpful. Now I would like to share a little bit on BRC global standards for food safety regarding the effective management of allergenic materials. Here is written here for best practice is actually to drive after useful tools such as deep cleaning when complete segregation is not possible. Historically, companies use a visually clean standard for inspections with allergenic checklists to assess the effectiveness of the cleanup. Prior to the development of allergen test methods, companies have no data to verify whether this visual inspection system was effective or adequate to protect the health of the food allergenic consumers. Analytical test methods were then developed for the validation and verification of allergen control programs. A wide variety of analytical approaches have since emerged, including enzyme-linked immunosorbent assays like ELISA for specific allergen residues. The efficacy of cleaning procedure should be such that it is effectively removing the allergens of the previous product. Hence, an allergen sanitation validation provides an additional assurance of food safety and support the adequacy of visually clean standard for inspection to both the plant personnel and allergenic consumers. Hence, the process for sanitation or after sanitation includes sampling, validate, and verification. And of course, to select the right analytical test method, whether it's for survey sampling or for the product itself. The best method to analyze the recipe change will be using the Excel tool. We call it Allergen Changeover Matrix Analysis. Here you'll list the product after changeover on the right-hand column, as well as on the row column you'll be analyzing each allergens in the recipes for A, B, C, D, E, and F. If you build this matrix, you can see that you need to run on a product that has the same allergens in common as the first product that you run. And with this, you can have additional allergens. The next product that you run needs to have the same allergens in common with the first two products, but can have additional allergens. At the end of the production, at least when you come to a point where you're running product with different allergen profile, you could then do a deep cleaning. So in this case, for the recipe after D, whereby there's a change over to recipe F, which has non-allergen to be declared, and in this case between E and F there should be a deep cleaning done. It is important to take note that we also have the hygienic zoning to help us to actually know whether the cleaning regime is working. Usually, the cleaning regime sample will be recovered in the areas such as Zone 1, where the food contact surfaces actually have a contact on the product itself. So Zone 1 is where we actually go for assessing whether the cleaning regime is working. The options of surface sampling are direct and indirect sampling. Direct sampling is likely to be surface swabbing, while the indirect sampling is commonly used only for the CIP clean in place application, and it is generally taken via the rinse water samples. Finally, product sampling involves taking a sample of first product off the line for testing after cleaning has been carried out. For CIP, it is considered good practice to take samples from the first, middle, and last product from the line. In general, more samples should be taken in the earlier stages of production, and test sites should be focused on difficult to clean areas such as angles, welts, porous surfaces such as cloth belts, and other harborage areas. Now that we know how we are going to sample, we need to decide which analytical tests to be used to determine whether the objective of the cleaning and disinfection program has been met. Such tests should be specific, sensitive, representative, and reproducible. It is also good practice to determine if the cleaning or disinfecting residues present in the sample matrix have any effect on the sensitivity of the analytical detection techniques. For allergens in the product itself, ELISA should be used whenever possible for validation. For surfaces, ELISA is also useful after validation to assess residues. Although lateral flow devices are the desired option, as they will be the method of choice for performing ongoing cleaning verification. If a lab-based ELISA is undertaken for surface residues, lateral flow device should be run in parallel to establish any correlation between the two methods. For allergen testing, positive control should be established. Do you know, our Romalabs Aquaquan allergen swab has been validated against our Aquaquan allergen kits. So it comes with 20 swabs within a box itself and is user-friendly for all our customers to be used directly from the box itself. We hope to share that Romalabs operates in 4 fully accredited food allergen testing laboratories in the world, both with ISO 9001 and ISO 17025 accreditation, and they are located in Singapore, Australia, UK, as well as in the United States. Testing services are offered in finished food products, rinse waters, as well as the environmental swab samples. We welcome customers here to contact us directly, and we can support you in this journey of identifying, mitigating the risk of food allergen. As said, an allergen sanitation validation gives an additional assurance of safety and often supports the adequacy of using the visually clean standard to both plant personnel and allergenic consumers. After sampling and determining the type of analytical method, the actual validation process can go forward. It is generally accepted that it will be repeated no fewer than 3 times. It is also good practice to carry out validation at varying times to account for different cleaning teams, seasonal variation in raw ingredients, variation in production pressures, and other factors. Validation should be reviewed routinely, at least annually, or when any parameter changes such as product, machinery, or a cleaning parameter. These include changes in raw material suppliers. For allergen validation, the focus should be placed on the component with the highest allergenic load. In many cases, it may not be necessary to validate removal of all allergens from a particular formulation. If a vast difference occurs in allergen load, example, 2 allergens in the same formula, then the validation would likely be focused on the allergen in the highest amount. Even in situations where allergens are more equitable in concentration in the formulation, only one of the allergens can be monitored if all are present in the same form. But if one allergen is present as a paste and another as a liquid, then it may be necessary to validate removal of both. Often, one have to decide the sampling philosophy or number of samples are needed for raw and the finished product. And here there's a guidance from the gluten intolerance group regarding the different type of philosophy. For example, if you have dedicated and with some high risk of food allergens, then it's recommended that the product has to be obtained for sampling per week level on the column 3. There are different guidelines that could be used. Ultimately, it is responsibility of the producer to decide how many samples to take based on the expected risk. For starters, one will have to determine whether the expected allergen distribution is heterogeneous or homogeneous, since this will also alter the sampling process. In any case, one will have to take samples before and after the cleaning. The sample should include cleaning material like the rinses or inert solid material used to flush the equipment, also the product itself, and not once but at regular intervals, depending on the kind of equipment that is being used. Also swabs from production line surfaces and adjacent surfaces. This lasts before and after the cleaning and before the next production round starts. The samples taken have to be suitable for quantification method, but furthermore, for starters, one will have to determine whether the expected allergen distribution is heterogeneous or homogeneous, since this will alter the sampling process. In any case, one will have to take samples before and after the cleaning. The samples should include cleaning material like the rinses or inert solid material used to flush the equipment. Also the product itself, and not only once but at irregular intervals, depending on the kind of equipment that is being used. Also swabs from production line surfaces and adjacent surfaces. This lasts before and after the cleaning and before the next production round starts. The sample taken have to be suitable for quantitative methods, but furthermore, if any qualitative method is going to be applied afterwards for monitoring purpose, it must also be used and constructed with the quantitative method during the validation. Next, let's discuss where should we sample. First, let's use the allergen map. In the hygienic zoning, we have zone 1. Typically, the swabs should go to the crevices and grooves and angles, at least 2 to 3 samples per surface, and we actually record the previous visual inspection requirement as well. Next, in the rinses of product, at least 2 to 3 samples depending on the homogeneity. An example, after 3 validations, we can actually develop a table such as this. On the first visible residue before cleaning, we can put in our data point, whereby P is actually referring to visually present or not for the food itself on residue. And next, we can test using the ELISA kit, whereby a value of the allergen would be reported before cleaning. And with this, we can also do another recording of visible residue after cleaning, and also do the same method using quantification of ELISA kit to test the results after cleaning on the surface itself. After validation, food manufacturers require a method of verification. Cleaning verification is intended to demonstrate that on subsequent cleaning occasions, the cleaning and disinfection program has met its objective. Typically, users of allergen lateral flow strip or lateral flow device as a hygiene indicator has been rather effective. If lateral flow device technology is desired for verification purposes after the validation, this needs to be contrasted against a quantitative method such as ELISA, which is the golden method, during the validation itself. On-site testing for allergen has been a very important tool for risk management of food allergen. Swab samples collected according to the risk assessment such as HACCP or other quality management scheme allows us to actually have a data point collected. It could also include products, swabs, and liquids from the rinses. And Romalab's agar strip allergen kits has been helping customers globally in assessing the allergen risk within 11 minutes Another important allergen management is the implementation of operational limits of detection in production. Here, I would like to share a case studies to demonstrate the operational limits of detection to help the customers. We hope to share a little bit on these case studies from the multinational company who is a manufacturer in various fast-moving consumer goods categories such as ice cream. Global requirement to provide operational limit of detection for all dairy-free bar is needed, and these free bars are actually located in the manufacturing site in Australia. The operational limit of detection done for each individual type and flavors by sending samples to Analytical Service Lab in Lab, Singapore. All testing performed using most sensitive ELISA kit in the market with the limit of detection known, and required technical support from kit manufacturer with an ISO 17025 laboratory support. Any values above the determined operational limit of detection would indicate an issue in the process and initiate an investigation. Having determined an limit of detection for each individual product, customer can now monitor and take corrective actions before any concern arise. Operational limit of detection provides greater risk mitigation and allergen management as customer has their own specific allergen level. In this journey of defining the operational LOD, customers send us samples for both the ice cream bar as well as ice cream tubs. Particularly, the ice cream tubs are dairy-free chocolate ice cream. And we actually did the studies in Singapore, our laboratory itself, and we determined the operational LOD, especially at 0.09 for the first round of the dairy-free chocolate, all the way to 0.09 ppm for the last tub that was sent to us. In this case, the LOD is considered high for the customer's desired limit. At the calculated level of the limits of detection after each round, we calculated it at 0.06 ppm milk protein. Through the studies, Lab's team has been able to help customers to understand the importance of their processing operational limits of detection for the allergen-free compliance. We also help to set the threshold values that trigger any action plans in their allergen risk management strategy. It is important to note that customers felt the importance of having an extension of third-party laboratory with ISO 17025 accreditation to run these operational limit of detection studies, and this comes with impartiality and also technical expertise. And the support have been wonderful with advantages to actually mitigate the allergen risk.
那个我们今天这个论坛的话，后面的 Q&A 就是这个问答环节还是会继续。
We are still going to have a Q&A session today. If you have any questions after about 10 minutes talk, we'll have the time to ask questions.
Next, we'd like to share a little bit more on managing cross-contact contamination in terms of food production case studies. In this case study, customers would like to ensure the allergen-free finished product is not compromised in production. An oat milk manufacturer collaborating with a local bottler wants to produce an oat milk for retail. And local bottler manufactures beverage including those that contain allergen soy. For customers' objective here is to actually have a finished product to be declared as free from allergen soy, casein, and BLG. Customers send semi-finished oat milk for allergen testing on soy, casein, and beta-lactoglobulin to Lab, Singapore, and at the same time also send us finished oat milk for allergen testing for soy, casein, and beta-lactoglobulin. And with this, we are able to help customers to fulfill the objective of understanding whether the allergen-free finished product is possible. Here we'd like to share another validation done for cleaning between recipe changes. We actually did the validations on the cleaning efficiency after discussion with the food manufacturers. Actually, the food manufacturer produces a variety of seasoning for food industry. The objective of the study is to ensure that the cleaning is effective in the production line in between the recipe changes. So what happened here is that the first rinse, different concentration of liquid chlorinated alkaline cleaner was actually sent to Romer Labs as the swabbing one after first rinse. And the second rinse, same concentration of liquid chlorinated alkaline cleaner as first rinse, and the swabbing number 2 was also sent following the day on the second rinse. The result is second time washing is more efficient for their blender, but no change for Beaker as well as hopper. As summarized here in the chart, after the second rinse, the peanut test results from our accredited laboratory in Roma. For the blender itself, the result has dropped to below the LOD. So the second rinse is actually more effective compared to just doing it first rinse. In summary, having an ISO 17025 accredited laboratory for food allergen testing with the collaboration with recipe owner is really very helpful. Ingredient testing for allergen for known recalls in the world, having this data from a laboratory will help you to actually understand the importance of understanding raw material, example, the effect of crop rotation between garlic and peanut, for example. And combination after production set, whether through heating, is also critical for us to assess any risk of the allergen residue left on the surface of the production. Cleaning regimes such as efficiency of sanitizers for removing of allergen could also be a good study leveraging an ISO 17025 laboratory. And as shown earlier, operational limits of detection, for example, the ice cream case study, it helps in determining for specific allergens like milk in the production. And the next will be also important is testing for potential cross-contamination in ingredients, such as cross-contamination between shrimp and fish. We would like to share another case study regarding the gluten G12 validation for potato chips production. As mentioned earlier, the dry after validation of gluten G12, for example, in this case, customers will actually help us to send samples such as the BBQ tortilla chips, sweet potato chips, ghost pepper chips, sour cream onion chips, and barbecue flavored crisps, as well as hot and spicy potato chips. All the chips were sent to Romalab Singapore for a studies using the spike level of 5 ppm, and we actually evaluate whether our agar strip will have a results in terms of positive and negative. Here you can see the results for all the spike samples at 5 ppm. The result is positive on our agar strip gluten G12, which shows that our strip is actually able to understand or trace or have a reaction towards decontamination if the gluten is above 5 ppm. I'd like to share in the last sections of my presentation on the verification done by Romer Labs team in a poster that were published in the International Association of Food Protection Conference. In the first poster here, dark chocolate with different declaration labels were purchased from the supermarket. And what we did was actually all the dark chocolate are tested against our Alcoquan milk ELISA kit to get a quantification of the milk protein presence. The non-detectable matrices are further fortified with low-level ppm and high-level ppm of milk. Matrices that are tested positive are prepared in a serial dilution to confirm if it is true positive. The conclusion from this poster is that the results correlated very well with the labeling in the packaging. This gives milk allergy consumers a peace of mind. And the significance of these studies allow us to demonstrate the Alcoquan milk allergen kit offers a rapid and reliable tool for testing milk allergens in complex matrices such as dark chocolate. We did a study with the locally sourced food and condiments such as the sambal shrimp paste, oyster sauce, Korean chili paste, luncheon meat, and fish cake that are not labeled with allergen information for the studies. Kimchi in this case was declared with having the fish, shrimp, and soybean in the labeling. In our studies, we use our Alcoquan fish kit, and the conclusion is that kimchi has very little amount of fish sauce as the ingredients is fermented yeast. Pure fish sauce is clear brown liquid hydrolyzed from salted fish. This could explain why no fish allergen protein could be found in the package of the kimchi. Sambal shrimp paste contains high level of dried shrimp in the paste, which is crustacean. This clearly shows that the fish kit does not cross-react with the crustacea. In summary, the Allergens or Agoquan fish allergen kit offers a rapid and reliable tool for testing fish allergen in simple food and complex Asian food matrices. In the interest of time, the third posters here shows that the conclusion from the studies are Agoquan allergen swabbing kit and the fish allergen kit is actually able to offer a rapid and reliable tool for testing fish allergen on environmental surfaces and CIP rinse water as well. In conclusion, food allergens are extremely diverse with respect to Asian food culture. In this market, there is actually limited certified reference material available, hence no common reference point for ELISA comparison. And with this, close collaboration is necessary between customers and kit manufacturers like Romer Labs for successful allergen risk management. As we have shown in cases above, method must be suitable for application, and customized solutions are very necessary in this market. We in Romer Labs look forward to continue to provide continuous support for our customers in this region. Last but not least, we'd like to share a little bit on Natasha law, which is starting to regulate in October 2021. The law covers England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. It requires all food outlets to provide food ingredient lists with clear allergen labeling on pre-packet for direct sale products such as sandwiches in the picture shown here. That could be the future in the upcoming years for us. And thank you very much for the session, and we hope the presentation has been helpful for everyone in the journey of effective food allergen management. Thank you.
好，感谢这个亮维女士。
Thank you very much. And the next is a Q&A session. We need to prepare the stage. And for all the experts, they are going to answer our questions online, offline. We are going to have the Q&A session.
我们稍微等一会儿，线上的。
Please wait for a while. We're waiting for the online experts. And now we have several guests on stage. We have several guests on stage. We have Huang Xiaoping, and he is an expert from Mead. He already shared a lot of information with us. Another one is Zhou Jing, the China manager of Romer. And me, I am Zhang Dawei. I'm the responsible person of Wuxi Lab of Romer. And I would also like to invite our speakers online. And also we have the technical director of Romer China, Wang Liang. I would like to ask in the meeting room, any audience has any questions? So actually offline we have collected several questions. If no, I would like to actually read the questions collected before. The first question, and for oats, gluten oats content in gluten content in oat is low. And for gluten, how about the content of gluten in oat? And secondly, so do we have any detection products for the gluten detection in oat? For example, use a G12. Maybe I asked Martin to answer the questions because his presentation is about that. If anyone wants to add something, then they can add on later. Martin, would you please answer the questions?
Okay. So Martin, I will translation for you. So the gluten in the oats, the concentration are very low, according to your experience. So what's was the concentration about the gluten in oats, and do we have any solution for Roma Labs?
So here we need to differentiate between what is gluten as the protein that we know as gluten, so the avenins, and what I was talking about is about the detection of these toxic peptides that we actually translate into gliadin with the method of the G12 method. Yeah, so we need to differentiate between those two. Because when we are talking about the content of adenine, we are talking about a rather low percentage of gluten. It's below 2%. But when we talk about then the toxic fraction that we are able to detect, and we are talking really here, we need to keep into mind that we are talking about the peptide that has been isolated from gliadin. Yeah, this doesn't necessarily mean that oats are completely devoid of other peptides that could be toxic. So we are talking about here these immunotoxic peptides that are shared in gliadin from rye, barley, and wheat, but have been isolated from gliadin. And when we do that detection, we find levels between 6 ppm and 16 ppm in pure oats. And so for this experiment, we have analyzed around 83 different. So we have external and internal experiments. In our internal experiment, we have analyzed 82 or 83 varieties of oats, and from then a handful. It was something like 16 or 18 were showing any cytotoxicity, and from them the highest was 16 ppm. Most of them were below 10 ppm and around 5 to 6 ppm. So we are talking about very, very low levels here.
So
keep in mind there's this difference between the detection of the peptide and gluten as we, conceptually as the equivalent avenine. Yeah.
Also, the customer asked the G12 kits or the G12 strips are worked for the oats gluten test.
We are talking about the same antibody here. So we need to take into account, so these experiments I'm talking about were of course run in ELISAs, yeah. So because we have quantification, but the specificity of the antibody and the reactivity in this case, the reactivity antibody towards oats will not change in this case, yeah. So you should expect also a very, very low levels, and therefore depending on how you calibrate your G12, most likely you will get negatives for most oats, except that you come to one of these that might contain some peptides.
Okay.
But again, remember that the methods of detection of on the strip, you can calibrate it on 20, 10, and 5 ppm. So if you calibrate it on 20, you might lose it completely. If you calibrate it on 10, we are talking about the same. So you have to go for the really sensitive. So you dilute the sample the least possible in order to catch up any kind of detection. And in this case, it should be a very, very low positive anyway.
Okay, thank you, Martin. And second question is, we have the customer from the pet food industry. So for the allergen management for pet food industry, do you have some direction or suggestion? Because the food allergen is quite new or for the pet food industry, but it exists.
I don't know if someone else wants to answer. I know at least one standard in Europe. They do not regulate all allergens, but they do regulate gluten in pet food. And again, when I say regulate, it's the wrong term, because we are not talking about legislation here. It's just a standard, yeah, that it was developed by an association in France, if I recall properly. And they have developed this standard for checking gluten content in pet food that is based on the same values the codex actually recommends. There's nothing indicating that these levels might cause any kind of damage in pets. So it's pretty much just a pragmatical approach in which they have taken the same values and put it into the standard for pet food. That's the only existing standard I know right now here, that at least that I can take from the top of my mind.
Yeah. So Yongwei, could you share some experience regarding the pet food industry in Asia Pacific?
Yeah, in Thailand, where majority of pet food companies are around growing very well. So Thailand perspective from customers who are in pet food industries, actually they go for at least 3 types of allergen, testing for milk allergen, egg allergen, and sometimes for certain infant cat formula for the pet food, they go for fish testing also. Yeah, so usually it's a dairy, egg, fish, and definitely like what when you're exporting to Europe, we need to look into gluten. So mainly there are 3 + 1. Yeah.
Thank you, Yongwei.
Thank you.
So the third question is regarding the analysis. I think this time we should ask Sabine or Catherine. So they said for the food industry, about the labeling, which method is more suitable for the food industry labeling? So I think Catherine, maybe you go first.
Catherine, do you want to answer?
Of course, I can do so. Hello. I would say currently for the food labeling in industry, the ELISA is still the test system of choice. Because for LC-MS, there are still questions of calculating back from the peptide to the actual allergen protein in the source. So currently, I would say it's still the ELISA that is most promising for the industry.
Okay, Sabine.
Yes. So, and in that case, the combination ELISA and LFD, because they are both based on antibodies, because as you know, as Catherine also said in our lecture, that MS is the more technical part without immunobased detection. So it's still the ELISA or the immunobased assays dealing with the allergens at the best in that case.
Okay, thank you. 然后，那我最后我再个人问一个问题吧，就是我们这边有
One question from me personally.
这样的就是因为那个中国的话，这个
For China, the GB718 is not a mandatory requirement, and for allergens in China, what we need to label in recipe and also the cross-contamination on some labels, they write things like this production line also manufactures this and that. Well, in terms of cross-contamination, do we have requirements or limits? If the content is lower than a certain limit, there is no need for us to make such labeling. Will we have such requirement or legislation in the future? And what about other countries? Are there any countries that are making requirements to label cross-contamination possibilities?
So I'll translate for you. So regarding the food industry, the labeling. So we'll say the contamination from 2 parts. One is the ingredients, and another one is the cross-contamination. So for the, we'll say from the European or maybe Asia Pacific, from the point of view of the cross-contamination, do we have any, we'll say, reference limit for that? So because you know the manufacturer, they need to according to the test, but they need to know the limit. Do you have any experience to share with us?
Maybe Sabine, you would like to say something about it? I would like to, maybe what I would like to point out here is that yes, the law, the regulations always point to actually the ingredients, right? So the cross contaminations have always been this area where actually risk management comes into, right? So one, maybe I need to mention, yes, there are actually reference values in Europe existing. They are not widely applied. So for example, Germany has their own, Belgium has their own. There's one more that has their own, is escaping my mind right now, but there's several that have their own. And this is actually, some of them are, in the case of Germany, for example, they actually are recommended by a state institution. But again, these are recommendations, and then it's up to the standards and the auditors actually to make sure that they are applied properly, and the risk management group actually is the one who is supposed to apply this, right? But in Europe, as a whole, there's no values like that. There has been an effort to develop some a group in the actually big consortium, including the IFAM study basically, and the I'm not remembering the second name. Sabine, you might remember if I'm missing this one, but there was an effort to also find actually eliciting doses in a bigger cohort here in Europe. Nevertheless, what we have to keep in mind is, as Sabine showed us today, Codex has now reference doses. So it is to be expected that these reference doses will be widely applied.
Okay,
And
yeah, Sabine.
Sorry, just to add what Martin said in that case, Codex is now really working on those threshold levels actually, or recommended threshold levels, according or in conclusion with all the studies which have been done for the different allergens, and also in combination with the vital reference doses which are already out there. And I think the first, as we've shown that in our presentation, you already have seen one slide with the reference doses from Codex, and I would say those are only the first ones which are published there, and they are, I'm quite sure they are still working on that, and we are still not there to have them, let's say, in our legislation. So they are still recommended at the moment, and for Codex, still not really published, because that's only a summary of a report of part 2, because that's still ongoing on the discussion. So I think we still will have to wait a few more let's say years probably, until they really come up with those levels. Yeah.
Thank you, Sabine. Maybe we could add is just, interestingly, they have used most of the information that was used in Vital is there as well, but there's extra information that was used this time for Codex. And this is really important, because that is why the values are not the same that we see in Vital. Yeah. And it has to do with actually the severity, basically, of how percentage of the reactions are actually severe, and how many of these can be lethal. So this is something to keep in mind.
Okay, thank you. 黄博士，你看伊利这边的话，不知道你有什么经验可以分享吗？就关于这个交叉污染这块的这个限制的问题。
Mr. Huang, do you have any comments on cross contamination? Cross contamination. We have a hydrolyzed formula product. There are ways for us to contain the risks. With cleaning, as long as you have the methodology, you know the efficacy of such cleaning procedures. Well, this is a yet to be launched product, so the effectiveness of the cleaning procedure is the most important topic of concern for us right now. I wonder if we have more questions from the audience. There you go. I have a question here. In the food industry, there are a lot of innovative recipes, and the manufacturers are rolling out new flavors, new products. So have we identified any new allergens in the industry, and which are they? So would you please shed light on it? I know that Dawei earlier talked about coconut and mango. Do we have other new allergens of hazards? Because I'm sure it is a field worth exploration.
So they ask for apart from the big eight, do we have any other, emergent allergen, which will be very important or maybe in our potential list? So I think maybe Sabine, you share some opinion from the codex.
Yeah, so as I've shown, Codex actually has, as you all know, changed the priority list due to what Martin already said, due to all the studies on controls and on patients actually, because they included that into that decisions. And as you've said, there is also a list existing with recommended allergens, which are probably to be added from the national point of view. And there is also a kind of, they started with a kind of a watch list where you find on the list pulses, so cow's pea and dry pea, as well as insects, for example, because in that case, in Europe, that is an upcoming alternative protein supply within food, and in that case we have to think of also of that, and also there back again for cross reactivities, because those insects are cross reacting with crustaceans, for example. So probably not new allergens, but also cross reactivity with old allergens have to be put into the discussion there when we look for new supplies, food supplies in that case.
Thank you, Sabine.
Thank you, Sabine. Well, just to share my personal experience, last year or the year before last, I remember having a customer making plant-based meat, and they wanted to test for gluten for allergens. When we got the product, back then we hadn't been aware that there would be gluten in plant-based meat. And the test result, they said the gluten content was so high, you have to dilute 100, even 1,000 times in order to get to the reference dose. So for new products, when it comes to labeling plant-based meat, more often than not, it's made from soybeans, and they add wheat in it, but maybe in the table of content, you don't see that there. So from a food safety perspective, for innovative food, indeed, at the R&D stage, we must be highly cautious of the possibility of allergies.
Do you have any other questions? Well, I have a question actually. And because I said that, I really have great passion in allergen. And now I am a party B. Previously, I was a party A. I'm always interested in allergen. I want to ask Mr. Zhou, and Mr. Zhou has over 20 years of experience in the food safety practitioner, and for the allergen, and we actually is always on the way in China. And it seems that there is no real implementation. So how do you see the future development of allergen, the food allergen development here in China? Well, it's really a challenging question, at least in China, in terms of the laws, regulations, and the detection, monitoring, supervision, and as well as medical data or cases, and not quite support us to clearly illustrate this question or even comment on these questions. Well, since 1999, I joined this industry, and previously, actually, we already have the topic of allergen. And previously it's not the demand of the China, it's the demand from the EU. And so commercially, because the EU need the market in China, so they have the topic of allergen. About 4 years ago, we are very proud to share with you that Roma Lab China actually, and we talked with the regulators, research institutes, and together we promoted the allergens development in China, but it's only for attention, to arouse the attention. In the previous 4 years, every year, for example, together with the research institute of the government, and we talked with them, and also we have get the attention from the national government levels, and also inside our industry. For example, we have many exported products. Exported products actually are regulated by the buyers. About 2 to 3 years ago, it is heard that our country will launch a mandatory policy regarding labeling. And previously, everybody got very nervous. But because of COVID-19, the work is still in progress. So lastly, I want to share with you, well, we think that in terms of the allergen in food safety, not only in China, well, also in the EU, and food allergy is quite important in the food safety issues. There is one saying that we found more and more children. And for example, we have the children and we have the hospitals such as PUMH. They have collected the children patients that are with allergy for many years, and also they are doing the research regarding the inspection methods. And for example, Mr. Wu mentioned about the surveys regarding that, but it is just the basic work. And in the food manufacturing industry, I believe that government will have more considerations and supervisions regarding the food safety. And actually, we are going to enter a stage of improvement. We are going to improve the situation and further. Well, 5 years ago, well, Roma Labs, and we are also a member of the Allergy Medicine Association. About 5 years ago, I was saying that. So actually, I have been in the industry for testing for about 15 years. I have been in the business for a long time. And I talked with a lot of research institutes or authorities, but I felt then that for the test of allergen, food allergen detection, it is not quite reliable, was not quite a reliable business back then. Why? 1, there is no standard. Number 2, there is no method. Number 3, and there is no reference materials. And so actually, so how can you change the situation? But today is totally different. And now we have get sufficient attention in our country. For example, we have the standards, regulations, as well as detection methods available. And also we have some of the reference materials. And so in the coming 1 to 3 years, and I believe that for food allergen in food safety, the situation will be improved, and we are bringing opportunities to the development of food allergen detection in the food safety area here in China. For Roma, it seems a commercial company. We are selling products or services, but actually it's not that simple. And for us, 80% of our investment actually is in prior research. So for Roma, in food safety area, we actually have a narrowed but in-depth research regarding food safety. And you can see that from our 4 pillars of the business. And also it's answers your question. And we have, for example, mycotoxin. You cannot control it. Food allergen, you cannot control it. It is really a pinpoint. And for some of the bacteria or microorganism that some of them can lead to result. For GMO, we are very sensitive to GMO. The world is also very sensitive to GMO. So we use procedures, we use equipment cannot solve the issues, but we can help with that. This is Roma. Thank you very much. And thanks for the experts online. Thank you for joining us in a busy time. And so actually from the perspective of research institutes or government authorities, as well as practitioners in the food safety industry, as well as the suppliers, together we need to promote the food allergen development in China. And so actually, I want to borrow a saying, allergen can kill people. We need to pay attention to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
See you. Bye.
See you.
Bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.